Chapter 1410. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked at each other and felt their scalps go numb and their hearts beat wildly. These people were too terrifying, not to mention Lin Xian. Even if the Crimson Dragon was at his peak, he would not be able to stop them. Damn it, who are these people? Why are they here? The Crimson Dragon was too shocked. It had to be known that even in the Sky Martial continent, there were no such talented experts. But now, in this remote Tiannan region, there were actually so many mysterious experts. Come to think of it, in the distant ancient times, the Tiannan region must have some unknown secrets. Sigh. Suddenly, a deep sigh was heard, echoing in the spacious hall. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon jumped up. Damn it, Ben Huang was scared to death. Who is it? Hurry up and come out. The Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian looked around and felt their hair stand on end. One must know that there were several peerless experts' corpses here. If there was a voice, could it be a corpse that came back to life? If a peerless expert really came back to life, then the two of them were completely finished. Lin Xian was also very nervous. His eyes were like lightning as he looked around and said coldly, "Who is it? Don't be sneaky there. Hurry up and come out." Lin Xian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come so late. A leisurely voice sounded again. Damn it. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was completely frightened. He did not expect that the other party would know his name. Brat, I'm looking for you. It has nothing to do with me. The Crimson Dragon retreated to the side, bewildered. Who are you? How do you know my name? Hurry up and come out, or don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian shouted coldly. At the same time, he activated the great dragon sword soul in his body to eliminate the fear in his heart. Whether the other party was a human or a ghost, he would not yield. Good, good, good. As expected of the successor of the Way of the Sword, such courage is truly rare. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank, listening to the other party's words. It seemed that the other party knew that he possessed the great dragon sword soul. But how was that possible? Only he, the Crimson Dragon, and Lord Alcohol knew about this. No one else knew. However, the voice in front of him seemed to know as well. This made Lin Xian extremely shocked. Even the Crimson Dragon jumped in fright. Don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions. That voice sounded again, and then a broken sword appeared in the void. It was a broken sword. It looked very simple and unadorned. It was only a third of its normal length. Furthermore, the remaining half of the sword was covered in cracks. At that moment, the voice came from the broken sword. You're a sword spirit? Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This was not the first time he had encountered something like this. The 10,000 beast ding from before also had an artifact spirit. As long as it was not some demon or ghost, everything was fine. I'm not a sword spirit. To be precise, I'm the artifact spirit of this spirit boat. I'm just possessing this broken sword. The voice sounded. This spirit boat is called the Black Earth. You can call me Black Earth. Black Earth? What a lousy name. The Crimson Dragon came to his senses and muttered softly. However, Lin Xian couldn't wait to ask, Who are you? Who are the corpses here? Also, how do you know my name? How much do you know about the great dragon sword soul? Indeed, Lin Xian had too many questions, so he had to figure them out. I've said it before. My name is Black Earth. This is the Black Earth. I've been waiting for you for 10,000 years. What? You've been waiting for me for 10,000 years? Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense. I'm only 20 years old. How can you wait for me for 10,000 years? Could it be that you knew I was going to be born 10,000 years ago? Lin Xian's face was full of disbelief. 10,000 years was too shocking. One had to know that even a king could only last for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Who knew if the Tianan region existed 10,000 years ago? You're wrong. I wasn't waiting for you. I was waiting for the successor of the great dragon sword. After 10,000 years, I finally waited for the successor of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian, you're the one I've been waiting for. The successor of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, then it was possible. The great dragon sword had existed since ancient times, and he wasn't the first to obtain it. How do you know I have the great dragon sword soul? It's normal. I can feel the aura of the great dragon sword soul on you, because my master was also the successor of the great dragon sword. Your master too. Lin Xian was even more shocked. He didn't expect to hear this news. Who's your master? Is he still here? What's the situation with the corpses around here? Lin Xian continued to ask. That's my master. The broken sword in the air suddenly emitted a weak light and swept towards the majestic man in the middle. What? He's your master? And he was once the successor of the dragon sword. How did he get killed? What's going on? Lin Xian was also astonished. On the side, the Crimson Dragon also asked, That He too, what realm are they at? To be honest, the Crimson Dragon was also very shocked. Just the aura emitted by these corpses made his hair stand on end. So he wanted to know what realm these people had reached. Could it be the legendary realm? My master is called Yi Gucheng, the fourth-generation successor of the dragon sword. The fourth-generation successor of the dragon sword. Lin Xian was shocked. He had never heard of this news. However, he quickly frowned and said, That's not right. Hasn't the great dragon sword soul existed since ancient times? Why is it only the fourth generation? Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered, while the broken sword He Tu said in a deep voice, That's right. The great dragon sword soul has existed since ancient times, but no one knows how many people have it. However, ever since the great Emperor Shiman appeared, swept through the 8 desolations and ruled thousands of races, he became the first successor of the dragon sword. After that, there was the 2nd generation, the 3rd generation, and the 4th generation. Great Emperor Shiman? Who's that? Lin Xian was puzzled, because from the other party's words, he could tell that this was definitely an incredible person. Great Emperor Shiman, he's definitely a peerless figure who suppressed the ancient times. He's an existence that countless people look up to. The Crimson Dragon also sighed, and his eyes were filled with deep respect. Obviously, he knew about this great Emperor Shiman. Great Emperor Shiman shocked the ancient times, and his life was filled with countless glory. I'm afraid that it would be difficult for his descendants to reach his height. He Tu said, Now you understand. In other words, I'm the 5th generation? Lin Xian's face was solemn. Perhaps, but I'm not too sure. After all, 10,000 years have passed. You might be the 5th generation or the 6th generation. But no matter which generation you are, you're still the successor of the great dragon sword. Then how did your master die? Why did you wait for me? Lin Xian was puzzled. Chapter 1411. In other words, I'm the 5th generation. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Perhaps, but I'm not too sure. After all, 10,000 years have passed. You might be the 5th generation or the 6th generation. But no matter which generation you are, you're still the successor of the great dragon sword. Then how did your master die? Why did you wait for me? Lin Xian was puzzled. Although he and Yi Guqing both had the great dragon sword soul, they didn't know each other. So why did He Tu wait for him for 10,000 years? My master, Yi Guqing, was very powerful and brilliant. He could be said to be the most dazzling genius of that era. Genius? Isn't that used to describe the younger generation? Lin Xian looked at Yi Guqing in puzzlement. Yi Guqing looked like a middle-aged man. What do you know? Great emperors can live for 20,000 years, but my master is only 40 years old. He can be said to be very young. Hey, Tu's voice was excited. Did you know that my master became an invincible king when he was 40 years old? He could be said to be the most dazzling person of that era. If he was allowed to grow, he could definitely become another great emperor in the future. What? An invincible king at 40 years old. This time, it was the Crimson Dragon's turn to cry out. To be honest, it was too shocked because it had never seen such a young, invincible king. What does invincible king mean? Can you tell me more about it? Lin Xian was puzzled. Although he could guess the meaning behind this, he still didn't know the specifics. Looks like your place is too backward. You don't even know about the martial Dao. Hey, Tu said slowly. All right, kid, let me give you some knowledge. Let's talk about cultivation first. The martial Dao is divided into 9 major realms, starting from the Meridian's condensing realm, Spirit Sea realm, harmonious spirit realm, Spirit transformation realm, and spirit detecting realm. Above that is the monarch realm, king realm, saint realm, and great emperor realm. You're now in the monarch realm. I don't need to explain the previous realms. I'm sure you know. After the monarch realm is the king realm. The king realm is divided into 9 minor realms. Every time one advances, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change. It isn't just that the domain would grow stronger and stronger as well. It can be said that every single advancement in the king realm is more difficult than all the previous realms. Invincible king realm cultivators are invincible in the king realm. My master, Yi Guqing, is an invincible king. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He already knew that above the Venerable One was the king realm, but he did not expect there to be another realm above the king realm. That was the sage realm, the great emperor. And the great emperor Shimin, mentioned by He-Tu before, should be the pinnacle of martial arts. No wonder the Crimson Dragon showed that kind of reverence before. Great emperor! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt as if a new door had opened in front of him. The 9 realms gave Lin Xian a new understanding of martial arts cultivation. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon continued. Kid, the king realm is even more terrifying than you think. For example, the Black Dragon sect leader and the king monster outside are only 1-star kings. I'm afraid that even the kings of the martial sky continent are at most 2-star kings. It would be very difficult for them to advance any further. Those old fellows, the most conservative of them, are more than 1,000 years old, and some are even more than 2,000 years old. However, in this lifetime, they will probably stay at the 1-star or 2-star king realm. It's impossible for them to advance any further. And invincible kings are existences that even 9-star kings cannot contend against. You can imagine how terrifying such people are. Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He knew that the Crimson Dragon was right. The further one went on the path of martial arts, the more difficult it was to cultivate. He had felt this when he was in the Venerable Realm, not to mention the more profound King Realm. However, he did not expect that the middle-aged man in front of him was actually an invincible king. To be able to be called invincible, one could imagine how terrifying his strength was. However, this made Lin Xian even more puzzled. Since he's already an invincible king, how could he be killed? Because the enemy is even stronger. He-Tu sighed. Although my master is an invincible existence in the king realm, he is not invincible in the entire path of martial arts. Above the king realm is the saint realm and the legendary great emperor. The enemy's strength is even more terrifying. Unfortunately, my master is too young. If he was given time, with his aptitude, he would definitely be able to become a great emperor. Great emperor. When Lin Xian heard this title again, he asked doubtfully, what kind of existence is that? The great emperor is the last realm of the 9 realms. Anyone who becomes a great emperor is an existence that has shocked the ages. Their combat strength is something that you can't imagine. Let me put it this way. The Tianan region that you are in can be completely destroyed with a slap from the great emperor. What? Destroy the entire Tianan region with a slap? Lin Xian was shocked as his eyelids twitched. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon continued. Not just the Tianan region, even the Tianwu continent can be completely destroyed with a slap from the great emperor, making it disappear from this world. So powerful, Lin Xian was dumbstruck. One had to know that the Tianwu continent was extremely big. Even if the kings fought, they could only destroy some mountains and rivers. The stronger ones could destroy countries. However, he had never heard of a king who could destroy an entire continent with a slap. But now the legendary great emperor was actually able to do it so easily. It had to be said that it was too shocking. The great emperor's strength is incomparably terrifying. His strength is beyond your imagination. When your cultivation deepens in the future, you will understand the reason behind it. He, too, continued. Also, don't think that the Tianan region and the Tianwu continent are that big. On the true map of the world, they are just some islands. What? The Tianan region and the Tianwu continent are islands? Lin Xian was stunned. He felt that his brain was not enough to comprehend it. Although he knew that there was an even bigger world outside the Tianwu continent, he did not expect that the gap between them would be so big. He knew what an island meant. It is indeed an island. It's just that the people here have never been to places that are further away. So everyone thinks that the Tianwu continent is a continent. However, to the people of the real continent, this place is just an island. Our world is called the true spirit world. In this world, there are a total of 5 large continents. They are the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. Between these continents, some are adjacent, some are separated by the sea. The Tianan region and the Tianwu continent that you speak of are just 2 small islands near the Eastern Wasteland. That's all. Chapter 1412. Our world is called the true spirit world, and there are a total of 5 large continents in this world. They are the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. Some of these continents are adjacent to each other, while some are separated by oceans. The Tianan region and Sky Marshall continent that you speak of are just 2 small islands near the Eastern Wasteland. That's all. If you compare them in terms of size, it's the difference between an ant and a giant dragon. Lin Xian was speechless and shocked. This news was too shocking. He originally thought that the Sky Marshall continent was big enough, and that the kings were very powerful existences. But he didn't expect that compared to the real world, they were like dust. Of course, this is only the simplest summary. As for the real wonders of the world, you need to personally experience it. Lin Xian also knew that just from this description, he couldn't imagine how vast the land was. However, he believed that one day he would leave this place and step into the real, true spirit world. Then why are you waiting for me? Lin Xian asked again. My master only had one wish in his life, and that was to pursue the supreme martial Tao and become a great emperor. However, the path of martial Tao is very dangerous. My master finally met a great enemy, a person even more terrifying than him. In the end, my master Yi Gucheng unfortunately died in battle. However, although he died in battle, his will was not extinguished. So I followed his last wish and found the successor of the great dragon's sword, and nurtured him into a true great emperor. What? You want to nurture him into a great emperor? Don't joke around. The Crimson Dragon jumped up. Kid, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you can become a king, or even an invincible king. Maybe you'll be lucky and become a saint. But to become a great emperor, that's simply impossible. The Crimson Dragon was very excited. Since ancient times, there have only been a few great emperors, and every one of them was a figure that could crush all of eternity. This kind of person, other than being strong, their luck and talent are all the strongest. If one can't reach that, it's impossible to become a great emperor. The Crimson Dragon said quickly. It was clear that the great emperor held an extraordinary position in their hearts. You're right. However, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I still have to try. After all, this was Master's wish when he was alive. Is it so difficult to become a great emperor? Lin Xian didn't understand. Although he knew that the great emperor realm was the final realm, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Judging from the Crimson Dragon's attitude, this was almost an impossible height to reach. He too said, "It's right, it is indeed very difficult. Isn't the great dragon sword spirit powerful?" However, out of the 4 masters of the great dragon sword spirit, only the first one managed to become the great emperor Shimin. As for the 2nd generation, the 3rd generation, and even my master, none of them became great emperors. There are even rumors that the successor of the great dragon sword has been cursed. It is impossible for him to become a great emperor. My master wanted to become a great emperor in order to break this curse. What? Even the 2nd and 3rd generations did not succeed. This time, Lin Xian was truly shocked. One had to know that the great dragon sword spirit was an extremely powerful offensive saint technique. Although he could only unleash a portion of its power now, the effect was still very shocking. It could be said that Lin Xian knew very well how powerful the great dragon sword spirit was. In his opinion, as long as he obtained the great dragon sword spirit, he would definitely become a great emperor. However, he didn't expect that the truth wasn't so. You're saying that even if your master didn't die, it's impossible for him to become a great emperor? Lin Xian asked. 100%? You're thinking too much. According to my estimation, it can only reach about 10%. He too shook his head. 10%? You're saying there's only a 1 in 10 chance? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Brat, what's with your expression? He too was unhappy. Is 1 in 10 very little? Let me tell you, ordinary people can't even reach 1 in 100 million. Even those saints only have 1 in 10,000 chance. My master only has 1 in 10, and that's already very heaven-defying. What? Even saints who are more powerful than kings only have 1 in 10,000 chance? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He now knew how terrifying it was to become a great emperor. That's natural. Since ancient times, there have only been a few great emperors. They can all be counted. The Crimson Dragon also shook his head and sighed. I've even read in ancient books that there wasn't a single great emperor in 100,000 years. You can imagine how terrifying that was. Got it? Lin Xian nodded and almost bit his tongue. There were already billions of people in the Sky Martial Continent, and the true spirit world was hundreds of times bigger than the Sky Martial Continent. The population was also hundreds of times bigger. However, with so many billions of people, there wasn't a single great emperor in hundreds of thousands of years. One could imagine how terrifying it was to become a great emperor. It could be said that to become a great emperor, other than having extremely powerful strength, one also had to have extremely powerful luck. Only then could one become a great emperor. Lin Xian finally understood why He Tu said that he would nurture him to become a great emperor. The Crimson Dragon's performance was like that, because it was simply impossible. However, Lin Xian clenched his fists after the initial shock, because now he finally had an ultimate goal in life, and that was to embark on the path of becoming a great emperor. You're really willing to help me? Lin Xian looked at the broken sword and asked. To be honest, after knowing the difficulty of becoming a great emperor, Lin Xian was very curious about how He Tu would nurture him. Furthermore, there was another problem. He wanted to know if he could take the Black Earth spirit ship away. One had to know that this was an extremely powerful flying tool. Whether it was leaving the Devil Abyss or leaving the Sky Martial Continent, he would need this Black Earth spirit ship. I have cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and some experiences, left behind by my master. As long as you're willing, I'll do my best to help you. However, I have a condition. He too said, help you take revenge for your master. Lin Xian asked back. You guessed right. That's what I want. He too's voice was firm. It was obvious that he had thought of this condition long ago. Then who's the enemy? I won't tell you now, so as to avoid giving you pressure. When you have the qualifications to take revenge, I'll naturally tell you. He too said slowly, of course, there's one more thing. You have to swear in front of my master's corpse. Otherwise, I won't help you. All right. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. This matter wasn't too bad for him. Furthermore, having an enemy as motivation to move forward was also very good. Chapter 1413. Of course, there's one more thing. You have to swear in front of my master's corpse. Otherwise, I won't help you. All right. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. This matter wasn't too bad for him. Moreover, having an enemy as a motivation to move forward was also very good. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't hesitate much. He immediately walked to Yi Guqing's side and solemnly swore, don't worry, I'll definitely avenge you. If I go against it, I'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Seeing Lin Xian swear, He too heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Great, there's finally hope for revenge. He too was very happy. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. From now on, you're my new master. After He too finished speaking, he controlled half of his sword and lightly tapped the ground. Suddenly, the ground in front of him emitted a gentle light. Then, countless subdivine crystals appeared. The subdivine crystals that you were looking for were all released by me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find the black earth in this devil abyss. So that's how it is. Lin Xian came to a realization. Everything had been secretly manipulated by He Tu in order to let him in. Damn, so many subdivine crystals. Seeing the subdivine crystals on the ground, the Crimson Dragon's eyes immediately turned red. He pounced on them. Ha ha ha, so many subdivine crystals. Mine, mine, it's all mine. The Crimson Dragon went crazy with excitement. Lin Xian also opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The number of subdivine crystals here was many times more than the 50 subdivine crystals he had obtained before. Then he excitedly clenched his fist. With so many subdivine crystals, he believed that he could definitely make the great dragon sword soul enter the king realm. At that time, his combat strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. Even if he encountered the black dragon sect leader and the king demonic beast outside, he wouldn't have any fear. Oh right, He Tu, I have something to ask you. Lin Xian said, can the black earth still be operated? Although the black earth had been stored for a long time, it was not damaged. It was just that it no longer had any energy. Therefore, in the coming days, not only do you have to increase your cultivation, you also have to search for the energy of the black earth. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the Tiannan region and the Sky Martial continent for the rest of your life. Lin Xian was speechless. He didn't think that they would still lack energy. This was indeed a thorny problem. This was because ordinary spirit boats were unable to cross the endless sea and reach the true great world. Only a genuine Earth-rank flying ship like this could pass through the endless sea. That was why so few people were able to leave the Martial Heaven continent. All right, looks like I can only increase my strength and leave this place. I'll make plans for the raw materials in the future. However, Lin Xian did not forget to send a message to Murong Qingqing and Ruo Bingshan, telling them not to worry. Otherwise, if the other party were to rush into the demon abyss and encounter danger, that would be bad. Black Earth was directly responsible for sending messages. Apart from not being able to fly, the Black Earth was still able to operate other things. For example, it wasn't difficult for it to activate a few formations and send messages out. This time, Lin Xian did it in time because Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan, who were far away, were indeed anxious. Not only them, Old Master Lin and the others were even more anxious. That was because they realized that Lin Xian had left for a long time and had not returned. Therefore, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan wanted to go to the demon abyss to investigate. However, before they could move, they heard Lin Xian's voice transmission. After knowing that Lin Xian was safe, the two of them did not move. Otherwise, if they rashly went, they might really encounter the Black Dragon sex leader or a king, demonic beast. If that was the case, the two of them would definitely be in danger. With nothing to worry about, Lin Xian began to cultivate here. At the side, the dark red dragon was also quickly absorbing the subdivine crystal to recover its strength. Even the snow-white monkey came out and hugged a subdivine crystal to absorb it. He didn't know if Little White could absorb the energy inside, but it seemed like it wouldn't be a problem. No matter what, he had to enter the King Realm, because according to He Tu, only by entering the King Realm would one be able to survive in the large world. Below the King Realm, one was an ant-like existence, no matter where one went. Moreover, Lin Xian was even more special. If others found out that he possessed an offensive saint technique, like the Dragon Sword Soul, it would definitely lead to countless crazy pursuers. Therefore, it was impossible to not have strength. Just like that, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon began to cultivate crazily. On the other hand, the Black Dragon sex leader and the King Demonic Beast outside were becoming more and more impatient. Because according to their own estimates, the killing formation around them would not be able to last long against two ants. Therefore, in order to save their lives, they would definitely retreat. And they were blocking their path of retreat so they could wait for them to come. However, after such a long time, they did not see a single person at all, which made them more and more uneasy. Could it be that those two ants died in there because they were too greedy? Thinking of this possibility, the Black Dragon sex leader's face was terrifyingly gloomy. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days, 1 month. After a month, the Black Dragon sex leader was in complete despair. He knew that with the strength of those two ants, it was impossible for them to survive for such a long time. Presumably, they had died in there. Thinking of this, he sighed. It was a pity that he did not obtain a single divine crystal after so many attempts. Moreover, the Devil Abyss was such a dangerous place that he could not take the risk to enter. Moreover, there was a king demonic beast beside him that was eyeing him covetously. Therefore, with a cold snort, the Black Dragon sex leader soared into the sky and left. The king demonic beast let out 2 roars of dissatisfaction and quickly retreated. The entire Devil Abyss fell into silence once again, and only the thick clouds and mist drifted here. Lin Xian was still cultivating, and Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were waiting patiently outside because they had received Lin Xian's voice transmission and knew that he was safe now. The only thing they could do was wait for Lin Xian to return. During this time, in the Heavenly South region, although the Black Dragon sect had suffered heavy losses, as long as the Black Dragon sex leader was around, the Martial Alliance and others could not overthrow the Black Dragon sect. Therefore, the entire Heavenly South region was still under the Black Dragon sect's rule. As for the distant Tianwu continent, there was also a storm brewing. The palace master of the Palace of Gods of War, Lin Zhan, was still in seclusion and had not come out. After the Duan family suffered a heavy blow, they also became quiet. However, it was obvious that they were waiting. They were waiting for the Duan family's patriarch to come out of seclusion. When that time came, it would be time for them to counterattack. In a primitive forest far away from the cities in the Tianwu continent, there was a huge canyon that was very deep, at least 10,000 meters. At the bottom of the canyon, there was a huge figure. It was a strange bird that was completely black. There were even countless black flames burning on its feathers. These flames were several times stronger than the Black Dragon sect's leader's flames. Chapter 1414. Tianwu Continent, in a primeval forest far away from the cities. There was a huge canyon here. It was very deep, at least 10,000 meters. At the bottom of the canyon, there was a huge body. It was a strange bird. Its body was pure black, and there were countless black flames burning on its feathers. These flames were many times stronger than the flames of the black dragon leader. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize it. This strange bird was naturally the heavenly nether bird. Previously, after the remote sky secret realm ended, the heavenly nether bird had followed everyone out and caused a ruckus. However, due to the astral chains on its body, its strength was limited. Coupled with the joint attack of the kings, the heavenly nether bird had suffered a great loss. Therefore, the heavenly nether bird did not appear after that. Furthermore, Lin Xian and the others did not find any traces of it. They did not expect it to be in this uninhabited canyon. At this moment, the heavenly nether bird was sitting there. The 9 underworld black flames were burning on its body. There were still 4 astral chains on its body. However, one of them was very dim, as if it would break at any moment. Pum! Sure enough, under the burning of the 9 nether black flames, one of the chains of stars cracked and broke into 2. The blue chains fell from the heavenly nether bird's body. Feeling this change, the heavenly nether bird suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze was like a black divine spear that pierced through the void. A human-like smile appeared on the bird's face. Ha 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 ha, I finally succeeded. No matter how strong these astral chains are, they can't stop my 9 underworld black flames. Just you wait. When I burn all 4 astral chains, it will be your doomsday. Damn brat, I won't forgive you. And this entire continent will become hell under my flames. The heavenly nether bird laughed crazily like a demon. Then it closed its eyes again and burned the other 3 astral chains with all its might. No one knew about the heavenly nether bird, but one could imagine that once it broke free from the shackles of the astral chains, it would definitely be a demon. Perhaps the entire Tianwu continent would be plunged into a catastrophe. However, Lin Xian did not know any of this. He had not woken up since the last time he went into seclusion. The great dragon sword soul in his body was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the power of the sub-god crystal. During this time, the crimson dragon and the snow-white monkey woke up several times, but Lin Xian still sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, silently cultivating. This one building lasted for a year. A year's time was neither long nor short. However, this year, Murong Qingqing and Ruo Bingshan were extremely anxious. Although the 2 of them had received Lin Xian's voice transmission earlier, they knew that the other party was safe. However, they didn't expect that Lin Xian would stay for so long. At first, it was 1 month, then 2 months. By the 3rd month, Murong Qingqing could no longer sit still. This was because she felt that Lin Xian couldn't possibly be in seclusion for such a long time and leave them here. Perhaps something had happened to Lin Xian, so he used the teleportation formation on the spirit boat to send a voice transmission to Lin Xian. However, he never received a response. This made Murong Qingqing extremely anxious because she knew that if Lin Xian heard her voice transmission, he would definitely respond. However, there was no response now, which confirmed her suspicions. However, Murong Qingqing didn't believe that something had happened to Lin Xian, so she waited for another month. However, this time, she finally couldn't wait any longer and had to set off for the demon abyss. However, although she was also a young prodigy, the demon abyss was a king's domain after all. If she didn't become a king, she couldn't enter at all, unless she was like Lin Xian and had a king's killing formation. However, there was only one king's killing formation, so Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan couldn't enter at all. They could only wait outside anxiously. In the following days, Murong Qingqing sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian every 10 days, but she never received a response. Not only that, she insisted on going outside the demon abyss every other month to take a look, but there was still no response. Just like that, it was the 9th month. This time, she was finally discovered by someone from the Black Dragon sect. Fortunately, it wasn't the sect leader of the Black Dragon sect, but other martial artists of the sect. These people were nothing to Murong Qingqing, so she left easily. However, This incident attracted the attention of the Black Dragon sect. Later, more and more Black Dragon sect experts came to patrol the vicinity of the demon abyss. They even wanted to capture Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. In the following days, the two of them didn't dare to go out casually. After all, if they encountered the sect leader of the Black Dragon sect, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. In the spirit boat, the two women weren't the only ones who were anxious. The Lin family members were even more anxious. In particular, Old Master Lin and Second Uncle Lin were extremely anxious. Even Old Master Lin wanted to go out to search for them, but he was stopped by Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. If they went out now, it would be tantamount to suicide. However, although they were extremely careful, they were still discovered by the Black Dragon sect's frantic search. Later on, the left and right envoys personally led countless experts to hunt them down. Everyone listen up. Seal that spirit boat. There's no need to do anything. Wait for the sect leader to come and deal with them. Little beauty, just you wait. When the time comes, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. The left and right envoys' expressions were ferocious. Humph. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan snorted coldly, but the Lin family members were extremely nervous. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of ants. As long as the sect leader of the Black Dragon sect doesn't come personally, we won't be in danger. Rong Qingqing comforted Old Master Lin and the rest. Luo Bingshan's figure flashed as he rushed out of the spirit boat. Trying to run? Stop her! The right envoys shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, dozens of figures rushed forward. These people's expressions were ferocious, and their auras were powerful. They were all 9th level Honored Realm experts. It seemed like they were also experts of the Black Dragon sect. At this moment, more than 10 of them moved together. Even a half-step king would have a headache. Therefore, to these people, it was more than enough to deal with a little beauty. Little beauty, hurry up and surrender. Ha 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 ha, I'll take good care of you. The group of people laughed maniacally, completely unconcerned. Humph. Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. In this 1 year, her injuries had already healed, and her strength had already reached its peak. Facing these 9th level Honored Realm experts, her gaze was cold as she quickly pulled out the long saber at her waist. Wang! A saber light slashed out like water, and it was abnormally cold. This saber was like a heavenly river, and it emitted a powerful killing intent as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. What? Impossible! Not good, retreat! The Black Dragon sect martial artists' expressions changed instantly. They were horrified. They had never imagined that a little beauty would be so terrifying. In fact, the killing intent made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 14:15. These people were too terrified. They did not expect a young girl to have such a terrifying blade light. Therefore, they could only retreat as fast as they could. At the same time, they activated their battle armors in an attempt to escape. However, this blade was too terrifying. They had no chance of resisting at all. Therefore, in the next moment, dozens of heads flew into the air as blood gushed out like a river. What? They're all dead. The surrounding Black Dragon cult martial artists were shocked. They could not believe it. Even the left and right envoys were shocked. They did not expect the opponent's strength to be so terrifying. She did not seem any weaker than them. Damn it! How is this possible? Who are they? The left and right envoys' faces were gloomy. The strength of the woman and snake that appeared before was already beyond their imagination. They did not expect another woman to appear now. Her strength was not any weaker than theirs. Where did these people come from? It should be known that in the South Heaven region, other than the two of them who were half-step kings, no one else could fight against them. But now, several of them had appeared at once. They could not accept this. Luo Bingshan killed dozens of 9th-level sovereigns with a single blade. Then his eyes flashed like lightning as his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. holding the long blade in his hand. He quickly slashed out several blade lights toward the left envoys. The surrounding Black Dragon cult disciples were scared and did not dare to stop him. However, the left envoys roared as his hair stood on end. He was too angry. Although the opponent had the cultivation of Half-Step King, she was not a true Half-Step King. However, the opponent still dared to charge at him. It was as if she did not put him in her eyes at all. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and exploded with an unparalleled strength. He decided to kill the woman in front of him personally to intimidate the others on the spirit boat. Immediately, a terrifying wave of energy gushed out of the left envoy's body and spread out in all directions. This left envoy was not human. His true form was a green dragon. At this moment, he used his full strength. His dark green hair danced in the wind like countless small green snakes, spiraling in the air. His eyes were dark green and emitted a cold and gloomy light. This aura made all the surrounding Black Dragon cult disciples tremble as they involuntarily retreated. At the same time, they cheered excitedly. With the left envoy's help, they would definitely win. "Little girl, go to hell!" The green dragon left emissary shouted and emitted a green light all over his body. He stretched out his hand, and it turned into a huge green python that covered the sky and rushed forward. Rumble! The terrifying green python tore through the void, creating a terrifying crack in the air. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it rapidly bombarded the surroundings. That momentum was exceptionally terrifying. However, Luo Bingshan coldly snorted and disappeared like a ghost. Boom! In the next moment, the void where she was originally standing was shattered. Countless cracks and black holes appeared, but Luo Bingshan's figure had long since disappeared. What? He dodged it. The surrounding Black Dragon cultivators were shocked. As for the left Azure Dragon envoy, his expression was gloomy. He had not expected the other party's speed to be so fast, to be able to dodge his attack. So what if he managed to unleash one more attack? "I don't believe that you can dodge all my attacks." The left green dragon envoy sneered. He wanted to crush his opponent with his powerful aura. Just as this thought arose in his mind, suddenly his expression changed drastically and even became ferocious. There was also a tinge of fear in his eyes. This was because an extremely sharp aura suddenly came from behind him, as if it was going to split him in half. "Damn it, get out of my way!" The left green dragon envoy roared, and an unparalleled power exploded from his body. At the same time, countless green lights surrounded his body and formed a green snake armor. He was too shocked. He had not expected the other party to appear behind him in an instant and launch a fatal attack. Is the other party an assassin? His heart pounded wildly because he had not sensed the other party's aura at all. He also did not know that the other party had appeared behind him. It was too late to run now because the slash was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning that enveloped him in an instant. Therefore, he could only use all his strength to take the slash head-on. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard as the slash viciously landed on the left green dragon envoy's body, emitting a dazzling light. Unparalleled power spread out in all directions. Block it! The left green dragon envoy's face was ferocious, and even python scales appeared on his body. Countless green snakes circled around his body, and his armor shone with an unparalleled light, like a green sun. However, the slash was too terrifying. It was like a heavenly blade that tore through all obstacles, and even broke the left green dragon envoy's armor. In the next moment, the terrifying slash viciously landed on the left green dragon envoy's body. Immediately, blood spurted out and his bones were broken. A miserable cry was heard. Ah! The left green dragon envoy screamed in a hideous voice. Hearing this voice, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They had not expected the powerful and terrifying left green dragon envoy to be defeated. Moreover, he was defeated in one move. Who was this woman? How could she be so terrifying? Everyone looked at Luo Bingshan with fear in their eyes. The left green dragon envoy used all his strength and quickly retreated. Blood splattered everywhere. In the end, he retreated a few hundred feet and stopped. Drip, drip. Blood was still flowing. He was in a terrible state. His entire body was almost split in half, and he had suffered extremely serious injuries. Seeing this scene, everyone swallowed their saliva and could not believe their eyes. That was the left green dragon envoy, a high and mighty existence in the Black Dragon sect. In the entire Tianan region, no one could suppress him except for the Black Dragon sect leader. But now the left green dragon envoy had suffered such serious injuries. Moreover, it was only a young woman who had attacked. She had only used one slash to cause such injuries. This was too terrifying. On the other side, the left green dragon envoy's face was also very gloomy. He had not expected his companion to be defeated in an instant and suffer such serious injuries. Damn it! He roared angrily. His body also exploded with a dazzling white light. He was like a god of war. He was extremely powerful. He had to take action now and suppress his opponent. Otherwise, with her ghostly speed, if she tried to assassinate him, he would be in danger. Look, the left green dragon envoy is attacking. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists were extremely nervous. They had placed all their hopes on the left green dragon envoy. If the left green dragon envoy was defeated, the Black Dragon sect would be completely finished. Left green dragon palm. The left green dragon envoy took the initiative to attack. His entire body was supporting a powerful force. Strong winds swept around him, and he would not give his opponent a chance to launch a sneak attack. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. Chapter 14:16. Free and unfettered palm. The right emissary made the first move. His entire body was filled with a powerful force, and a gale swept through the surroundings. He would not give his opponent a chance to launch a sneak attack. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. A huge light palm flew out from his palm and quickly pressed forward. The resplendent light illuminated the surroundings. That palm of light contained an incomparable amount of energy. This palm was like a white mountain that pushed across the sky. The entire sky shook as if it was about to collapse. Humph! Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. Although the opponent was a half-step king, she did not care about him at all. 8 blades of the ocean abyss. This time, Luo Bingshan did not dodge. Instead, she faced it head-on. The 8 blades of the ocean abyss was an Earth-class cultivation technique. It had been used by the Duan clan's disciple in the remote sky secret realm. Now, it had reappeared in the hands of the Luo Bingshan. This Earth-class cultivation technique in the hands of Luo Bingshan was several times more powerful than in the hands of Yanfeng. That terrifying saber light transformed into one after another surging Milky Way, constantly roaring in the air. As the blade slashed out, a resplendent light bloomed in the void. The terrifying blade light illuminated the surroundings as it slashed forward. Both of them were using their ultimate techniques. It could be said that their momentum was terrifying. However, Luo Bingshan was using a true Earth-class cultivation technique. As for the right emissary, no matter how powerful he was, he only had a half-step Earth-class cultivation technique. The two of them could not be compared at all. Therefore, as soon as they clashed, the right emissary's huge light palm was sliced apart and turned into countless spiritual chi that dissipated in the air. Impossible! Seeing his ultimate technique being sliced apart so easily, the right emissary screamed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible! How is this possible? He clenched his teeth. At the same time, his palms changed rapidly. He clenched both hands into fists and punched out. Divine Azura Fist. The terrifying fist bloomed with blood-red light. The right emissary's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Boundless killing intent soared from his body. At this moment, he used another ultimate technique, the divine Azura fist. Apart from being terrifying, this fist technique also carried a dense, baleful aura. It dyed the entire sky red. Those fist shadows transformed into red flood dragons, rushing out at high speed. For a time, the sky once again fell into chaos. The eyes of the surrounding black dragon cult disciples were also bloodshot. Each and every one of them looked ferocious and wanted nothing more than to pounce forward and fight. However, they were simply unable to approach. Merely the aftermath of the energy was enough to blow them away. Luo Bingshan, on the other hand, had an ice-cold expression. With a light snort, the long saber in his hand slashed out again. 8 blades of the ocean abyss, the second blade, white shark slash. The long saber slashed out, and countless saber lights gathered to form a huge white shark. This great white shark's entire body was radiating light. Its entire body was formed from saber radiance. It was extremely terrifying. It carried with it an astonishingly sharp aura as it flew quickly in the air. Instantly, the countless, baleful auras in the sky were sliced into countless pieces by the saber light and fell rapidly. The 2 blood-colored divine fists were also swallowed by the white shark formed by the saber light. What? It broke again. This is impossible. The carefree, right emissary felt his scalp go numb in disbelief. Although he knew that his opponent was powerful and had the strength of a half-step king, it was still impossible for him to break through his attack so easily. It should be known that he was also a half-step king. No matter what, both sides would have to exchange several hundred moves before the outcome would be decided. However, his opponent's strength was too powerful. Moreover, his attack power was extremely sharp. Victory and defeat were often decided in one move. How was this a battle between 2 people of the same realm? This was simply a one-sided battle. The carefree, right emissary seemed to have gone mad and wanted to attack again. However, opposite him, Luo Bingshan coldly said, "You don't have the chance." 8 blades of the ocean abyss, the third blade. The long saber flickered, and this time it transformed into a huge whale that roared in the air. That huge body completely filled the entire sky. The terrifying power made everyone's heart tremble. Even some of the weaker ones directly knelt down. "No!" the carefree, right emissary frantically shouted. However, that huge blue whale directly floated down and swallowed him. Terrifying energy exploded, completely submerging the entire void. Bang! Bang! The carefree, right emissary screamed again and again as he was blasted away by this energy. Many places on his body were pierced, and terrifying bloody holes appeared one after another. Blood flowed out continuously, and his bones were broken. It could be said that he had suffered severe injuries. It seemed that he would not live for long. What? The carefree, right emissary was also defeated? How is this possible? Everyone was extremely shocked and did not dare to believe it. The left and right emissaries were existences that were second only to the sect leader in the Black Dragon sect. They were experts that were second only to the sect leader. However, at this moment, they were actually defeated by someone, and it was an easy defeat. Moreover, the opponent was only a young and beautiful woman. They probably did not even dream of such a scene. Luo Bingshan coldly snorted and glanced around. Immediately, the disciples of the Black Dragon sect were so frightened that they all sat on the ground, not daring to resist. Luo Bingshan snorted again and put away his long saber. He turned around and walked towards the spirit boat. She had no interest in the surrounding disciples because they were not worthy of her attack. Seeing that she was about to leave, the disciples of the Black Dragon sect did not dare to stop her. They only hoped that this murderous star in front of them would leave quickly so that they could live. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A black light suddenly lit up the sky. It was like a black lightning bolt that instantly rushed towards Luo Bingshan. Wherever it passed, The entire sky seemed to be split in half. Terrifying airwaves rolled out in all directions. The speed was so fast that it produced a muffled sound that made one's scalp numb. "You're courting death." Luo Bingshan glared with anger. She did not expect that the other party would dare to attack. She snorted coldly and turned around to slash with her saber. Boom! The air exploded, producing a huge amount of energy that swept out in all directions. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, Luo Bingshan was extremely powerful and defeated the left and right envoys with a few simple moves. But now, she was actually blasted away. That's right, it was Luo Bingshan who was sent flying in this collision. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Bingshan only stopped after retreating for a few thousand meters. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock because she did not expect that someone could send her flying. In the next moment, Luo Bingshan's face was cold as she looked ahead. Then, she was stunned and a trace of shock appeared on her face. The person who sent her flying was the left green dragon envoy. It was the person who was almost split in half by her saber. What? How is this possible? With such a serious injury, he can't even exert much combat strength? But now, the other party was full of energy, and the aura on his body was much stronger than before. What's going on? Not only was Luo Bingshan puzzled, but everyone was also confused. Chapter 14:17. Luo Bingshan's jade-like face was cold as she looked ahead. Then, she was stunned, and a trace of shock appeared on her face. Because the one who sent her flying was actually the left green dragon envoy. It was the person who was almost split in half by her. What? How is this possible? He can't even fight with such a heavy injury? But now the other party was full of energy and his aura was even stronger than before. What's going on? Not only was Luo Bingshan confused, but everyone was also confused. They knew that something unexpected must have happened because the left green dragon envoy had already changed his appearance. His body, which had been split into two, had begun to heal at this moment. Countless black flames danced between his wounds. Not only that, but there were also black lines that appeared on his body. They were densely packed and looked very mysterious. In his eye sockets, there were two balls of black flames dancing. Every time they jumped, they released an extremely powerful aura. Luo Bingshan observed carefully and said coldly, "You're not the person from before." She realized that although this person's body was the same as before, his aura and soul were different. "Humph, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. You can actually see that I'm a clone." A cold voice came from the left green dragon envoy. Hearing this voice, the surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists were all shocked. What? That's the sect leader's voice. Sect leader, it's the sect leader. The sect leader has made his move. Everyone was extremely excited as they looked at the left green dragon envoy in front of them, because they knew that the sect leader was a true king. He could kill everyone as long as he made his move. The sect leader of the Black Dragon sect? This is impossible. How can a king's aura be so weak? Luo Bingshan frowned. What do you know? This is just a clone of mine. Although it's just a clone, it's not something you can fight against. I advise you to kneel down obediently and surrender. Maybe I can let you go and take you as a slave. Otherwise, you'll all die without a burial place. It's just a clone. Luo Bingshan frowned. She didn't expect a king to be so powerful. Just a clone was enough to send her flying. But then, she gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. Don't be so arrogant. If your real body came, I naturally wouldn't be able to resist. But it's just a clone. Do you really think you can subdue me? Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. Then he clenched his long saber and attacked quickly. Humph! It seems like you still don't understand the strength of a king. All right, I'll let you experience it today. The left green dragon envoy sneered. The black light in his eyes suddenly bloomed, and the black lines on his body also shone with a jet-black light. She looked extremely ferocious. Then she let out a roar and charged forward. For a moment, the two of them were locked in battle. Terrifying energy surged as everyone watched nervously. At this moment, the carefree right emissary, who had been severely injured, suddenly screamed. A ferocious look appeared on his face. Black veins began to appear all over his body, starting from the back of his neck and spreading all over his body. Sect leader, spare my life. Spare me. The carefree right emissary knelt in the air and shouted with great difficulty. However, no one paid any attention to him. Not only did the black veins on his body not weaken, they spread even faster and covered his entire body in an instant. In the end, the carefree right emissary screamed. His eyes lost their light, and he froze in the air like a statue. But soon, 2 balls of black flames appeared in his eyes. Then he stood up again. Black veins appeared all over his body, shining with a jet-black light. 2 balls of black flames danced in his eyes, and he looked extremely cold. Humph, trash. It's your honor to have my clone here. A low and cold voice came from the carefree right emissary. Obviously, this was the other clone of the Black Dragon sect leader. The 2 clones attacked together, determined to take down the spiritual boat in front. The carefree right emissary looked around coldly. Then he stared at Luo Bingshan in front of him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he turned into a bolt of black lightning and charged forward. The battle ahead was extremely intense. Luo Bingshan held his long saber and looked like a killing god. His saber radiance was like water. It was extremely cold and released a terrifying aura. Every saber gleam was like a Milky Way as it swept through the surroundings. On the other side, the green dragon left emissary was even more berserk. He was no longer the green dragon from before. Instead, he was the clone of the Black Dragon sect leader. Boundless black flames spread all over his body, releasing a scorching aura. Every strike of his terrifying black palm could pierce through the void. I admit that you're very strong and can defeat the majority of half-step kings. But against me, you have no chance of victory. Black Dragon Palm, die for me. The green dragon, left emissary, laughed nastily. The black veins on his palm shone brightly. He waved his palm. Immediately, a black dragon flew out of his palm and roared as it charged forward. Soon, it turned into a dragon-shaped palm. The palm directly shattered all the saber radiances in front of him. The terrifying palm was like a black, demonic mountain as it pressed down on Luo Bingshan. The palm hadn't yet arrived, but that scorching and berserk aura was still blowing against Luo Bingshan's black robe. Luo Bingshan even felt an extremely hot aura, as if it was going to melt her. With a delicate shout, Luo Bingshan released all her spiritual power and struck out with the 4th move of the 8 blades of the ocean abyss. A shocking saber radiance tore through the void, releasing a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, another cold aura rushed over from behind her left. It was the right emissary. He took advantage of Luo Bingshan's moment to launch a sneak attack. Not good. Feeling this killing intent, Luo Bingshan's heart beat wildly. The Lin family clansmen on the spirit boat cried out in alarm. However, the right and right emissaries revealed a sinister smile. In their eyes, the other party was dead for sure. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists cheered wildly. This was great. The demoness before them was finally going to be killed. The 2 clones of the Black Dragon sect leader charged toward Luo Bingshan together. However, at this moment, a purple radiance descended from the sky and blocked the right emissary's path. This radiance was like a purple aura coming from the east. It carried boundless energy and blocked the right emissary, resolving Luo Bingshan's crisis. Damn it! The right emissary roared crazily. He didn't expect such a good opportunity to kill to be blocked. This made him extremely furious. Luo Bingshan breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Murong Qingqing had made her move. Sure enough, the purple cloud in the sky quickly transformed into a beautiful woman. This woman wore a purple dress and had an extremely beautiful face. She was like a fairy that didn't belong to the mortal world. She was Murong Qingqing. When Luo Binsan was in danger, she acted in time and blocked the right emissary. Another woman. The right emissary was shocked. He didn't expect it to be another young woman. Chapter 1418. This woman was dressed in a long purple dress. Her face was extremely beautiful, like a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. She was Murong Qingqing. When Luo Bingshan was in danger, she intervened in time and stopped the right emissary. Another woman. The right emissary was shocked. He did not expect another young woman to intervene. He thought for a long time, but he could not figure out who the woman in purple was. However, when he saw her beautiful face, a sinister smile appeared on his face. I did not expect such a beauty to exist in this world. It just so happens that I am lacking a wife. Be a good girl and follow me back. Don't worry, as long as you obey me, I will let your companions go. Otherwise, I will chop them into pieces. Humph! Wishful thinking. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness. In the next moment, purple light gushed out from her body. In an instant, it became vast and mighty, forming a purple auspicious cloud. Between heaven and earth, countless purple lights surrounded it. It was as if a fairy had descended from the east. As soon as the purple aura appeared, the scorching aura in the void weakened significantly. I did not expect that you are not only beautiful, but also powerful. But this is good. You are even more suitable to be my wife. So, be a good girl and obey me. The right emissary laughed sinisterly. Then, he quickly rushed toward Murong Qingqing. On the other side, green dragons was sure, and Luo Bingshan were fighting fiercely again. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. Without hesitation, she quickly took out the true phoenix imperial jade seal. Then, she infused the power of her bloodline into it. Buzz! Behind her, a purple phoenix projection appeared. In the end, it formed 2 purple phoenix wings and wrapped Murong Qingqing's delicate body. The terrifying phoenix shadow hovered around her. She waved her hand, and a purple phoenix rushed out. It roared in the air and attacked the right emissary. What a pure phoenix bloodline! The right emissary's pupils shrank. He was shocked. Then he became ecstatic again. Good. I did not expect you to have such a pure bloodline power. All the more I cannot let you go. Roar! In the next moment, the carefree right emissary let out a long howl. Suddenly, a clap of thunder resounded through the heavens and earth. Around him, 8 black lightning companions appeared, descending along with him. Every single black lightning bolt could kill a half-step king, and that terrifying aura made everyone despair. 8 black thunderbolts surrounded the carefree right emissary and bombarded in all directions. This scene was too terrifying. Every single bolt of lightning could kill a half-step king. The surrounding black dragon sect martial practitioners, as well as the Lin family clansmen on the spirit boat in the distance, all revealed terrified expressions. In the face of this black lightning, they had no power to resist at all. Old Master Lin, second Uncle Lin, and the others were especially worried about the safety of Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. Boom! A black thunderbolt shot out at a high speed towards Murong Qingqing, exploding right next to her. The terrifying lightning illuminated the surroundings, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Murong Qingqing's expression also changed. She let out a shout and quickly used the cosmic battle armor to cover her body. At the same time, she madly pushed the phoenix phantom behind her. Suddenly, The blue cosmic battle armor appeared and completely covered her body, leaving only her beautiful eyes exposed. Not only that, the huge phoenix behind her spread its wings and enveloped Murong Qingqing. Boom! Murong Qingqing took the attack of the black lightning head-on and was immediately forced back. However, with the cosmic battle armor reducing the damage by 70% and the protection of the Phoenix Phantom, she did not suffer any injuries this time. Only the qi and blood in her body continued to churn. What? She blocked it. The carefree right emissary was shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to block his black lightning attack. One had to know that this was a black lightning that could kill a half-step king. His opponent was only a 9th celestial layer girl. How could she block it? No, that blue armor is very strange. It seems to be able to reduce the power by more than half. The carefree right emissary's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the cosmic battle armor. Then, a fiery light burst out from his eyes. Even I don't have such a battle armor. Where did this girl get it? I don't care. This treasure must be mine. The flames of greed appeared in his eyes. He had no choice. Even if he was the Black Dragon sect leader, he did not have such a thing. Even in the Tianwu continent, there were not many of them. Moreover, in the remote Tianan region, it was even more impossible to have one. Girl, hurry up and surrender. You can't resist at all. The carefree right emissary sneered again. Then he waved his hand. Suddenly, the few black lightning bolts around him rushed forward like black dragons. Then, a series of thunderous sounds rang out in the sky. The terrifying thunder shook heaven and earth, causing the surrounding martial artists to tremble. Many people's minds went blank and they fell from the sky. In the distance, the spirit boat shone with incomparable light. The array on it was fully activated to resist the surging power. Inside the spirit boat, old Master Lin and the other Lin family members were pale. They were shocked to see this apocalyptic scene. Fortunately, the spirit boat's defense was very strong. It did not break through in a short time. Therefore, they were not hurt at all. Thunderous sounds rang out in the sky. Flashing with incomparable energy, Murong Qingqing was forced to retreat. Then 7 black lightning bolts connected the sky and the earth. They flew quickly toward Murong Qingqing and locked her in the sky. The 7 black lightning bolts shot into the sky and formed a 7-pointed star cage, trapping Murong Qingqing in it. Sealed? That's great. The Black Dragon sect martial artists in the distance cheered when they saw this scene. The carefree right emissary sneered. He even crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. How is it, girl? I told you, you're no match for me. You'd better go back with me and be my sect leader's wife. On the other side, Luo Bingshan saw this scene and shouted. She turned around to save Murong Qingqing. However, she was blocked by the green dragon left emissary. Hee, you'd better worry about yourself first. The green dragon left emissary sneered. His eyes were blazing. Countless black flames surged on his palm and formed a black dragon claw. He clawed forward. Boom! The black dragon claw was extremely terrifying. It carried a monstrous force and tore the void apart. 5 bull-sized black holes appeared. Black light flashed. Luo Bingshan did not dare to take it head-on. She could only dodge quickly. However, the opponent was very fast. Therefore, Luo Bingshan was at a disadvantage. She could not spare any time to save Murong Qingqing. The carefree right emissary sneered. He stepped into the air and walked toward Murong Qingqing. Chapter 1419. Boom! The black dragon claw was extremely terrifying. It instantly tore through the void and even created 5 bull-sized black holes. It flickered with a dark light. Luo Bingshan did not dare to take it head-on. He could only dodge quickly. However, his opponent was also very fast. Therefore, Luo Bingshan was at a disadvantage and could not spare any time to rescue him. The carefree envoy of the right had a sinister smile on his face. He stepped into the air and walked toward Morong Chingcheng. "Little girl, come with me obediently." He laughed sinisterly and reached out a huge palm to grab Morong Chingcheng. This time Morong Chingcheng shouted. A purple phoenix rushed out of her body and roared in all directions. An extremely powerful energy surged out and blasted the carefree envoy of the right's hand, instantly pushing him back. His palm even cracked, revealing the bones on the balcony. You, die." The carefree envoy of the right felt a stab of pain and was furious. His face immediately became ferocious. He did not expect his opponent to still have the strength to resist after being trapped by his 7 lightning bolts. Moreover, the power was so terrifying that it even pierced through his hand. This was too great. It was hard to believe. "Humph, I don't believe you can hold on for long." The carefree envoy of the right snorted with a sinister expression. Suddenly, several lightning bolts in the sky continuously bombarded. Morong Chingcheng's face was cold. She supported the purple phoenix and resisted with difficulty. Although she was not in danger for now, it would not be long before she was injured by the black lightning bolts. On the other side, Green Dragon's Washer also used his great magic power to create countless black flames. They formed a black flame cage and directly trapped Luo Bingshan inside. Ha 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 ha. Green Dragon's Washer laughed loudly when he saw that Luo Bingshan was trapped and could not escape. The surrounding black dragon sect martial artists laughed wildly. Their expressions were full of excitement. "Subdued. We finally subdued 2 troublesome enemies." As expected of the sect leader's clone. "He's too powerful." The left and right envoys also sneered. Then, they ignored Morong Chingcheng and Luo Bingshan. In their opinion, the other party could not hold on for long. It was better to trap and suppress them first. Therefore, the 2 of them turned around and stared at the spirit boat in the distance. The left and right messengers sneered before they slowly walked towards the spirit boat. The demonic abyss below was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was extremely mysterious, and in this demon abyss there was an extremely large spirit ship called the Black Earth. The Black Earth had existed in the demon abyss for countless years, but no one had ever known about it. This was because no one had ever been able to enter the demon abyss. Of course, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian had been training on the Black Earth for a year. His entire body was surrounded by resplendent light and surging energy, making him look like a holy war god. On the side, the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey had already woken up. Among them, the Crimson Dragon had absorbed a large amount of energy from the demigod realm and had successfully recovered to the king realm 2 months ago. He had become a 1-star king tier. This caused the Crimson Dragon to be extremely excited during these 2 months. It roared non-stop, causing the entire demon abyss to be filled with ghostly wails and howls. Fortunately, there weren't any cultivators nearby. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared to death. However, after being excited for 2 months, the Crimson Dragon was also tired. Therefore, it was lying on the side, listlessly. On the side, the Snow White Monkey was also hugging a spirit fruit and eating happily. It had also absorbed a lot of demigod crystals. Although it hadn't entered the king's scripture, the Crimson Dragon had tested it. With its current strength, it was still unable to completely subdue the monkey. This meant that the monkey was at least a king realm expert. This monkey is too strange. What kind of species is it? Even I couldn't tell. The Crimson Dragon held its chin and was extremely displeased. On the side, the black soil was still attached to the broken sword. It floated in the sky and circled around the Snow White Monkey. To be honest, even he was slightly suspicious and couldn't be sure. "I say, hey too, when will this brat wake up? It's already been a year. It's really boring to be cooped up in this spirit ship." The Crimson Dragon asked. During this year, it had become familiar with the black soil. The black soil was just a slightly more powerful artifact spirit. It wasn't strange to the Crimson Dragon. The black soil shook the broken sword and said, "Not necessarily. The great dragon sword soul is extremely mysterious. No one knows how much strength he needs to enter the king realm. But I think it's about time. Perhaps he'll wake up in a month or two." The black soil said slowly. In the end, it looked at the Crimson Dragon. "Oh, right, you should go out for a while. Your companions outside are in danger. You're saying that those two girls and the people on the spirit ship are in danger." The Crimson Dragon jumped up. It should be the Black Dragon sect that attacked them. Moreover, the situation is very bad. Damn! Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? The Crimson Dragon was anxious. He knew that the people on the spirit ship were extremely important to Lin Xian. If anything happened, Lin Xian would definitely go berserk. At that time, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Sure enough, before he could move, Lin Xian, who had been cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, causing the entire space to tremble violently. "Next time something like this happens, say it earlier." Lin Xian's voice was cold. He quickly stood up, then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. Only the Crimson Dragon and the black soil floating in the air were left behind. "Fortunately, you said it. Otherwise, he would definitely tear your black soil apart." The Crimson Dragon sighed. He knew Lin Xian's temper very well, and the importance of the people on the ship to Lin Xian. The black soil shook his sword. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a temper. However, after half a day he came back to his senses. "Yes, not bad. You're indeed a loyal person. Looks like I didn't choose the wrong person." In the end, the black soil became happy again. "All right, I'll go take a look." The Crimson Dragon ignored the black soil and left. Wuji the snow-white monkey also jumped on the Crimson Dragon's back and hugged the spirit fruit, unwilling to let go. In the outside world, in the sky of the state of Xia, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were resisting with difficulty. A purple phoenix circled around Murong Qingqing's body, resisting the 7 black lightning bolts around her. The 7 black lightning bolts kept shrinking and were now less than 50 feet away from her. Luo Bingshan was in even more danger. The black flame cage was less than 30 feet away from her. Soon it would burn her. If she was burned by the black flames, even if she had the strength of a half-step king, she wouldn't be able to resist. However, this wasn't the most worrying thing. The most worrying thing was the spirit ship behind them. Chapter 1420. Luo Bingshan was in even more danger. The black flame cage was less than 10 meters away from her. Soon it would burn her. If she was burned by the black flame, even if she had the strength of a half-step king, it would be difficult for her to resist. However, this was not the most worrying thing. The most worrying thing was the spirit boat behind them. Everyone on it was the Lin family members. Not a single venerable was present. If the formation on the spirit boat was broken, the people on it would be in danger. No. Luo Bingshan's eyes were filled with despair. "Don't you dare!" Murong Qingqing's face was cold as she trembled with anger. She activated her bloodline power and bombarded the black lightning around her. However, no matter what she did, she could not shake it at all. This made her feel powerless. She even bit her lip until it bled. Those were Lin Xian's family members. Before Lin Xian left, he had told her to protect these people. But now, she had to watch the Lin family members suffer. How was she going to explain this to Lin Xian in the future? The left and right envoys sneered and slowly approached the spirit boat. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect this spirit boat to be of such a high grade. It's actually a half-Earth rank artifact. And it's even a half-Earth rank artifact." The left and right envoys looked at the spirit boat and nodded. It seemed that they were very satisfied with this spirit boat. The formation on it is also very exquisite. Ordinary half-step kings can't break it at all. But now that might not be the case. The two of them sneered. They were not ordinary half-step kings, but the clones of the Black Dragon Hierarch. Their strength was above that of half-step kings. Therefore, as long as they attacked with all their strength, it would not be a problem to break the formation. As for the Lin family members on it, they naturally did not care. In their eyes, they were just a bunch of ants. They just wanted to kill them. What they wanted was this spirit boat. Boom! The left envoys sneered and pressed forward with their palms. Suddenly, a black palm surged out and slammed into the spirit boat. Buzz! The formation on the spirit boat spun and flickered with a dazzling light. It quickly resisted the attack. There was a violent explosion in the air, and the entire spirit boat shook violently. The Lin family clansmen inside were thrown to the side. Clan leader, what should we do? The members of the Lin family were terrified. They could only look at Old Master Lin. Old Master Lin's face was also gloomy. He didn't expect to fall into danger again after just escaping from the ice. If these people were killed, then the Lin family's bloodline would be cut off. However, as the head of the family, he could not afford to panic. Why are you panicking? This spirit boat is very magical, and the ray formation on it is also very huge. They might not be able to break it. Furthermore, I believe that little Xian will definitely return. Hearing Old Master Lin's words, the surrounding Lin family members calmed down. Then they clenched their fists and looked outside angrily through the array. Outside, Green Dragon's Wisher was surprised after he struck out with his palm. He didn't expect the formation to be so powerful that it could withstand his attack. This array is so mysterious. I'm afraid it's not from the Tianan region. Where did it come from? Could it be something from the Tianwu continent? Green Dragon Zhua Shi's eyes flashed. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was possible, because only that place could create such an exquisite thing. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and take back the spirit boat. Carefree envoy you said in a low voice. Then, a bolt of black lightning appeared in his palm again and quickly blasted forward. Rumble! The black lightning carried a monstrous force and struck the spirit boat, causing countless explosions. Boom! 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 The two of them kept attacking the array formation on the spirit boat. Both of them were king's avatars and were extremely powerful. Now that they were attacking together, the array formation trembled nonstop. The light screen shook violently and looked like it would break at any time. At the back, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's faces were pale. They fought back frantically, trying to escape from the cage. However, they couldn't break through the black dragon flame and the black lightning. They could only watch as the left and right envoys attacked. Crack! 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 Finally, under the intense attacks, the light screen on the spirit boat cracked like a mirror. Terrifying cracks crawled all over it. Oh no! Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's faces changed. They knew that things were going to get worse. Without the defense of the array formation, the Lin family members couldn't withstand a casual attack from the left and right envoys. On the spirit boat, the Lin family members' faces changed drastically. They didn't expect the array formation to break. Even Old Master Lin's face darkened. However, as the head of the Lin family, he still roared. The Lin family members aren't cowards. Even if we have to die, we will die in battle. Everyone listen up. Pick up your weapons. Yes, the Lin family members behind him roared. At this moment, the wildness in their hearts rose. They took out their swords and sabers, ready to fight to the death. You want to fight to the death with us? The left and right envoys sneered. A bunch of ants. Do you really think you can defeat a giant dragon? You're overestimating yourselves. To be honest, they couldn't care less. To them, the people in front of them were no different from ants. With a single finger, they could easily wipe out the entire Lin family. The left and right envoys looked down at the Lin family members as though they were looking at ants. As long as they used their strength, they could kill all of them. In the next moment, Green Dragon Zwa Shur sneered and slowly raised his arm. Just as the arm was about to land, he suddenly frowned and turned his head to the left. "You're courting death." With a roar, Green Dragon Zwa Shur didn't attack again. Instead, he quickly slashed his palm to the left. Buzz! In the next moment, the void vibrated and a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man in black. He had an ordinary face and held a long sword in his hand that emitted a cold light. However, at this moment, the middle-aged assassin's face was pale and there was a tinge of fear in his eyes. His body swayed and he quickly retreated to the back. However, Green Dragon Zwa Shur's palm was faster. Like a black dragon claw, it grabbed the assassin and crushed his head. Boom! Like a watermelon being split open. Blood splattered and the headless corpse fell to the ground. "Trying to sneak an attack on me? You're courting death." Green Dragon Zwa Shur sneered and his face was full of disdain. On the spiritual boat in front, the Lin family martial artists were in despair. This was because they knew that the martial artist who had attacked them was one of the 3 5-star assassins who had been protecting them. This person was powerful and could even assassinate a peak rank 9 martial artist. However, he couldn't even dodge a single attack from Green Dragon Zwa Shur. He was killed directly. This was too terrifying. Chapter 14:21. Looking at the scene before them, the Lin family martial artists on the spiritual boat in front were in despair. This was because they knew that the martial artist who had attacked them was one of the 3 5-star assassins who had been protecting them. This person was so powerful that he could even assassinate a peak rank 9 martial artist. However, he could not even dodge a single attack from the left Green Dragon envoy. He was killed directly. This was too terrifying. Behind them, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan looked solemn. Green Dragon Zwa Shur sneered and attacked again. In the next moment, 2 figures emerged from the void and charged toward the left Green Dragon emissary and right Carefree emissary respectively. Their appearance was very sudden, as if they were ghosts. The aura on their bodies was even sharper. They seemed to have become one with the long swords in their hands, forming a killing sword that exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. This murderous aura was so strong that it materialized into rays of light that surrounded their bodies. Those who were proficient in assassination knew that this murderous aura was too terrifying. It was formed from countless battles and blood. It had a terrifying aura. An ordinary martial artist would not be able to resist this aura at all. Just this murderous aura alone could destroy the opponent's will and soul. In the next moment, the 2 of them turned into shocking rays of light and stabbed the left and right envoys. However, the left and right envoys sneered. They already knew that there was someone beside them. When they saw the other party attack, they snorted in disdain. Buzz! 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 The 2 long swords turned into cold rays of light and stabbed respectively. However, they stopped 3 meters away from them. It was as if they were grabbed by a pair of invisible hands and could not move forward at all. Ants will always be ants. Even if it's an assassination, you won't stand a chance. Carefree envoy sneered in disdain. He then pointed his finger. Poof! Poof! The bodies of the 2 5-star assassins split open and turned into a bloody mist that filled the air. In the face of 2 king avatars, they had no power to resist at all. Ah, they're all dead. On the spiritual boat, the Lin family members were shocked and in despair when they saw this. They did not expect that the 3 5-star assassins who had been protecting them would be killed so easily. Were they really at the end of their rope? All right, the game is over. You have no more tricks up your sleeves. Now I'll send you on your way. The Carefree right emissary grinned as countless lightning bolts surged out of his palm and circled around his fingertips. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. No. Luo Bingshan frantically shook his head. Everyone listen up. Kill. Old Master Lin shouted angrily as he gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. The Lin clansmen behind him also had resolute expressions on their faces. Even if they were to die in battle, they would not tarnish the reputation of the Lin family. "Lin Xian, come quickly!" Murong Qingqing screamed. Tears streamed down her face. "Ha ha ha ha! No matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape death. This is the fate of an ant." The carefree, right emissary laughed arrogantly, then quickly pressed his palm down. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded, and a terrifying energy exploded in the air. Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan had already closed their eyes. They simply didn't dare to continue watching. As for the Lin family members behind them, they were all prepared to fight to the death, determined to fight to the death. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and landed in front of the Lin clansmen. Then he threw a punch. Boom! In the next moment, a scream was heard in the air. The scream was extremely miserable, and it did not even sound like it came from a human. What? The Lin clansmen were all stunned because they realized that the scream did not come from them. Then they looked forward and froze on the spot. Some of them even trembled quickly, and their eyes were filled with ecstasy. The green dragon, left emissary, was shocked and could not believe his eyes. In the distance, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's eyebrows trembled slightly, and their tightly shut eyes quickly opened. This was because they knew that the situation seemed to have changed. Indeed, in the next moment, they looked into the distance and were all stunned. Even Murong Qingqing stopped crying and smiled, revealing her beautiful face. In front of the spirit ship in the air a figure stood. It was a very young man who looked to be in his 20s. However, at this moment, he was standing in the air, emitting a cold aura like a god of death. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning, like two peerless swords, sweeping across the area. It was him who had sent the right emissary flying with a punch. "Who are you?" Beside him, the green dragon, left emissary, looked at the young man with a gloomy gaze. "I don't care who you are. Since you dared to hurt me, I'll kill you." In the distance, the right emissary flew over quickly. His expression was extremely ferocious, and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent. The blow just now had caused him serious injuries, and his entire right arm was completely shattered. At this moment, he held his weak right arm and rushed over quickly. His gaze was like a sword, and the killing intent on his body was undisguised. "Lin Xian, Master! Xiao Xian!" Exclamations sounded, and those voices were filled with endless shock and joy. That's right, the young man who looked like a god of swords was Lin Xian. When he learned that the Lin family and Murong Qingqing were in danger, he immediately rushed out of the black earth and finally arrived in time at the last moment. "Grandpa, second uncle, and the rest of the family, don't worry. With me around, they won't hurt you." Lin Xian waved his hand and immediately set up another array on the spirit ship, completely protecting the Lin family. At this moment, the crimson dragon appeared in front of them. It waved its dragon claws, and in an instant, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were rescued. Then, the three of them swayed and came to Lin Xian's side. "You're injured. Hurry up and take these." Lin Xian took out a few elixirs and distributed them to Luo Bingshan and Murong Qingqing. Then he looked at Murong Qingqing again, gently wiped the tears on her face, and said softly, "I've made you worry. You really scared me to death." Murong Qingqing grumbled through her tears and smiled. Lin Xian also felt guilty, so he reached out and gently pulled Murong Qingqing into his arms, quickly comforting her. At the side, Luo Bingshan and the Lin family members behind him were all smiles, but the left and right emissaries in front of them had dark expressions. This was because they realized that the people in front of them had completely ignored them. That's right, ignored them. The other party didn't care about them at all. The two of them didn't even look at them. This kind of neglect was even worse than contempt. The left and right emissaries who had always been arrogant couldn't tolerate it at all. Moreover, they were the clones of the Black Dragon sect's leader. Who in the world dared to ignore them? And now, the young man in front of them dared to treat them like this. Therefore, they swore that they would definitely kill the other party to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Brat, no matter who you are, you'll die for injuring me. The carefree, right emissary's voice was unusually ferocious. Beside him, the left emissary of the Green Dragon didn't say anything, but his cold eyes were also fixed on Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned, looked at the two of them, and said in a deep voice, "Left and right emissaries?" Chapter 1422. Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you dared to injure me, you must die. Carefree, right emissary's voice was exceptionally sinister. On the side, Green Dragon, left emissary did not speak, but his ice-cold gaze was also firmly fixed on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's brows creased as he looked at the two and said in a deep voice, "Left and right emissaries?" In truth, he was somewhat surprised, because the left and right emissaries he knew were not like this. Moreover, the other party's aura was too strange, far beyond that of a half-step king. No wonder Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan could not beat him, because no half-step king could beat this kind of aura. They are not the left and right emissaries, but the doppelgangers of the Black Dragon hierarch. Murong Qingqing explained. The real left and right emissaries were already dead. Their bodies had been snatched, and their doppelgangers had been sent down. Therefore, their strength had greatly increased. Lin Xian, you must be careful. King's doppelgangers? No wonder. Lin Xian came to a realization as he stared ahead with a piercingly cold gaze. I don't care if you two are doppelgangers or something else. Since you've touched my bottom line, both of you must die today. What? You want both of us to die? What a joke! The left and right emissaries sneered. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? What an idiot. We're not half-step kings, but true kings' doppelgangers. Kneel down obediently and offer me the treasures and beauties. Then I can spare your puny life. Otherwise, all of you will die. Humph, just two doppelgangers. What's there to be arrogant about? The Crimson Dragon snorted disdainfully. Back then, even your true bodies were sent flying. Not to mention you too. What? You sent our true bodies flying? Hearing these words, the left and right emissaries were shocked. Everyone else was stunned. Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the Lin family members were all stunned. These two's true bodies were the Black Dragon hierarch. They were true kings, and this Crimson Dragon in front of them had actually sent them flying. What was going on? They simply did not know that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already met the Black Dragon hierarchs. Therefore, these people were extremely shocked, while the left and right emissaries. Who are you? The left Green Dragon envoy coldly snorted. Although it was only a clone, his soul was connected to the Black Dragon religious leader. Of course, red and right emissary of Tist. STS? T? Humph. The little black flood dragon, don't you remember? Back then, of TTS USA, TTS? T, the Tess. S. T. Suddenly, their pupils constricted as if they had thought of something. They pointed at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon and trembled. Single quote, S. It seems like you've remembered. Lin Xian looked ahead and smirked. As gods, that's great. Ha 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 ha. I thought the great dragon's sword spirit had gone far away and was not fated with me in this life. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Since that's the case, I'll take it. The left and right emissaries were too excited. They had already remembered what had happened. The young man and the crimson snake in front of them were the ones who had fought with them for the great dragon sword spirit. In other words, these two people had the great dragon sword spirit. If they could capture these two people, they would definitely be able to obtain the great dragon sword spirit. Thinking of this, the left and right emissaries' eyes lit up. Not only that, but the black dragon hierarch, who was far away in the horizon, had also made a move and was flying towards them like a madman. He had already missed the great dragon sword spirit once, so this time he would not miss it again. On the other side, the left and right emissaries unleashed their powerful auras and rushed towards Lin Xian. At this moment, their eyes were filled with madness. They had already received orders from the black dragon hierarch. No matter what, they had to capture Lin Xian. Even if they could not, they had to delay until the black dragon hierarch arrived. "Lin Xian, be careful!" Murong Qingqing shouted anxiously when he saw the two rushing over. Lin Xian patted Murong Qingqing's back and comforted him. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Then he took a step forward, and an extremely powerful aura surged from his body. This year of cultivation had greatly increased his strength. Although he had not reached the true king realm, he had already surpassed the half-step king realm. Even if he was facing two king realm clones, he was still not afraid. In the next moment, Lin Xian was like a sword god. His body was surrounded by terrifying sword qi. Countless sword qi surged in the surroundings, causing the entire void to distort. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian raised his arm and pointed a finger. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out like an angry dragon. This was an earth rank martial art, void-shattering finger. At this moment, when Lin Xian executed it, it was even more terrifying. The dazzling ray of light streaked across the sky with endless sounds of wind and thunder. It even pierced through the void. Boom! A terrifying collision sound was heard. The void-shattering finger fiercely collided with the right emissary's shoulder and instantly pierced through it. Ah! The right emissary immediately stopped and roared into the sky. His expression was extremely ferocious. His entire body was trembling. Previously, Lin Xian had shattered his entire right arm, and now his left shoulder was pierced through. In other words, his entire left arm was crippled. Now that both his arms were crippled, his combat strength had greatly decreased. Not only that, his bright red blood flowed rapidly along his arm and dripped into the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked because they all knew the right emissary's strength. He had already surpassed the half-step king realm. However, such a terrifying existence had been severely injured by Lin Xian with a single finger. This was simply unbelievable, especially the left emissary of Jingqingjiao. His eyelids were twitching. Damn it, what level has this kid reached? How is his strength so powerful? To be honest, he was simply too shocked. It should be known that even a half-step king would be powerless before them. But now the opponent's finger had caused such a terrifying commotion. This meant that the opponent's strength was definitely above the half-step king realm. "Kid, I'm going to kill you." The right emissary roared, his expression incomparably ferocious. He no longer cared about his shoulder that had been pierced through. His entire body turned into a flood of black light and rapidly charged toward Lin Xian. Not only that, a terrifying black flame soared from his body, burning fiercely. The entire void was distorted and melted. Although he had lost both his arms, the right emissary had become even more terrifying. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Lin Xian. His right leg was like a dragon as it quickly kicked out. Immediately, the void in front of him exploded. The power of this kick was too violent. It was like an ancient demonic mountain that swept toward Lin Xian. If he was hit, he would definitely be cut in half. Chapter 14:23. Lin Xian coldly snorted as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since the other party dared to make a move on his family, then he would have to face his boundless rage. His palms quickly formed a seal, and immediately a sky rock shadow appeared in his palm. Then, Lin Xian fiercely pressed forward. Sky Rock Dragon! Lin Xian used the Sky Rock Dragon technique and directly transformed into an ancient demonic beast that quickly charged forward. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided and a powerful energy wave burst forth. Like a raging sea, it continuously slammed in all directions. In an instant, Lin Xian's body was covered by the Starry Sky battle armor. As for the rest, they were handed over to the Crimson Dragon. The other party was now a true king, and this bit of power was nothing to him. Therefore, with a wave of his dragon claw, he protected everyone. In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly came from the void, and there was also the sound of bones shattering. Obviously, the outcome of the battle had been decided after one blow. The right emissary was extremely ferocious. His entire right leg was completely broken, and his face was extremely twisted. "Ah, kid, you dare to hurt me? I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." The black flames on his body became even more vigorous, and in the end he turned into a monstrous black flame that rushed toward Lin Xian. "Die!" A ferocious voice came from the black flame. Lin Xian coldly snorted and clenched his fist. Suddenly, a sharp sword light slashed forward. Puff! The sword slashed out with incomparable sharpness. In the next moment, the black flame was instantly cut in half. Even the aura of the great dragon sword spirit that was contained within it directly extinguished the remaining black flame. This scene shocked everyone. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill the carefree right emissary in front of them in just an instant. Such means were simply too terrifying. One had to know that the right emissary was an existence that surpassed the half-step king realm and was even the clone of a king. He was extremely terrifying, but he was killed by this young man in front of them with a single slash. This ending was probably something that they had never dreamed of. On the other side, the left green dragon emissary's eyelids twitched wildly. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful, and his strength had already surpassed them. This made him feel a sense of despair. However, the Black Dragon sect master had ordered them to delay the person before them no matter what. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and transformed into a black flood dragon, covering the entire sky. "Brat, so what if you're strong? Against a true king, you'll definitely die. Just you wait. My main body will be here soon. Then it will be the time of your death." The black flood dragon roared in all directions. Then the huge black dragon in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into countless black flames that instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. There were black flames everywhere in the sky and on the ground. It could be said that the entire space had been sealed. Even a half-step king would not be able to escape. Only a true king would be able to break through the void. This method was too terrifying. If an ordinary person was trapped here, they probably wouldn't be able to get out. However, this time, the Black Dragon Hierarch was wrong. He had absolutely underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian's current strength had already surpassed half-step kings. Moreover, he had many methods at his disposal. Breaking this seal could be said to be a piece of cake. Moreover, they had the Crimson Dragon behind them, which had already reached the true king realm. Therefore, Lin Xian did not care about this seal in the slightest. Let's go back to the spirit boat. Lin Xian brought Murong Qingqing and the others back to the spirit boat. Then he raised his hand and set up several arrays. "Ruzalong, it's up to you." The next moment, the dark red divine dragon roared, and a red dragon shadow rushed out, instantly breaking through the black flame cage that was set up around them. Not only that, the dragon waved its claw, and hundreds of rays of light flew out, instantly killing the remaining black dragon sect martial artists. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with a bright red mist of blood. The Crimson Dragon led the way in front, leading Lin Xian and the others into the demonic abyss. On the other side, the Black Dragon Hierarch was like a bolt of black lightning, rapidly flying through the air. He was extremely anxious because the great dragon sword spirit was such a good opportunity that he absolutely could not miss it. Moreover, according to the news from his doppelganger, he had already set up the omnidirectional sealing array, completely sealing Lin Xian and the others. This made him inwardly heave a sigh of relief. One had to know that the array was formed by his black dragon flames. No one below the king realm could break it, no matter how strong the other party was. As long as they were not true kings, they would not be able to break out. This gave him time and opportunity. Just you wait, the great dragon sword spirit will definitely be mine. When I obtain the great dragon sword spirit, not to mention the South Heaven region, even the sky martial continent will not be my match. The entire world will be mine. Ha 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 ha. The black dragon hierarch's black robe fluttered as he let out a sinister laugh and quickly disappeared into the air. On the other side, the crimson dragon led the spirit boat into the mysterious demonic abyss. This is the demonic abyss? The mysterious demonic abyss? Old Master Lin, second Uncle Lin, and the others were shocked. They could not believe that they had actually entered the demonic abyss. During this period of time, they naturally knew that the demonic abyss was the reason for such earth-shattering changes in the Xia country. It was said that the demonic abyss was incomparably mysterious. Only the black dragon hierarch could enter. Once others entered, they would not be able to leave alive. Who would have thought that they would actually enter safely? On the side, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were even more shocked. As Ninth Heaven Venerables, their strength was not inferior to half-step kings. Naturally, they knew what the previous battle meant. It meant that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's strength had definitely surpassed half-step kings. This was especially true for the Black Dragon God, who even had an aura that made their hearts tremble. Murong Qingqing was even more shocked because this aura could only be felt from the patriarch of the Murong family. This was the aura of a king. Ruzalong, you've entered the king realm and become a king? Murong Qingqing's eyes widened. She could not believe it. Of course. How is it, little girl? Are you scared? The Crimson Dragon laughed wildly and was extremely proud. It could be said that recovering to the king realm was the proudest thing he had done during this period of time. Murong Qingqing was speechless, while Lin Xian was speechless and pulled him to the side. Ignore this guy. This guy just entered the king realm and wants nothing more than for the whole world to know. Of course, Ben Huang has recovered to the king realm and his strength has greatly increased. In the future, he can beat up anyone he dislikes. Kid, if you're rude to me again, believe it or not, I'll hang you up and beat you up too. You can try. If you really do it, don't even think about the subcrystal in the future. Lin Xian shrugged and did not care. Damn, kid, you win. Ben Huang will endure it. The Crimson Dragon instantly lost his temper. He still had to rely on subdivine crystals to recover, so it was naturally impossible for him to beat up Lin Xian. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing was speechless. Why does it sound like entering the king realm is an extremely easy thing? Heavens, I am not dreaming, am I? Murong Qingqing pinched her cheeks. Chapter 1424. The sky was dark, blood-red, and had a pungent smell. This was the battlefield from before. At this moment, there were still remnants of violent energy and inextinguishable sword intent in the air. The entire scene was like an azure hell. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a black light flew over at an extremely fast speed from afar. Behind him were large amounts of air waves and boundless black flames. Whoosh! In the next instant, the black light figure arrived near the sky. This figure was tall, at least 3 meters tall. He wore a black robe with a fierce black dragon drawn on it. This was the Black Dragon Hierarch. His expression was cold, and his cold eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face immediately turned gloomy, and the black flames on his body burned rapidly. Where are they? The Black Dragon Hierarch did not care about the dead Black Dragon Hierarch. Instead, he quickly searched for Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. However, after searching around, he did not find them. Impossible. Didn't they say that those people were trapped by the omnidirectional ceiling formation? How could they be gone? The Black Dragon Hierarch frowned. But in the next moment, he noticed something strange in front of him. This is omnidirectional ceiling formation. It was actually broken. How is this possible? His eyes were like lightning as he carefully looked ahead. There were traces of the formation being broken, but the entire formation had long disappeared. The Black Dragon Hierarch naturally knew what this meant. It meant that the other party had broken the formation. But this shouldn't be. This formation was formed by his Black Dragon Flame. Those below the king level could not break it. How did the other party do it? Could it be because of the Great Dragon's Sword Soul? Thinking of this, the Black Dragon Hierarch's expression changed. He was very angry that the other party had escaped, but there was also a trace of joy in his heart. This time, he had finally seen the power of the Great Dragon's Sword Soul. Even such a powerful formation could be broken by the Great Dragon's Sword Soul. If he obtained it, his strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. As expected of an offensive Saint Art, its combat power was indeed shocking. Kid, you're just a small mortal. You don't deserve to have the Great Dragon's Sword Soul. Only I can unleash the true strength of the Great Dragon's Sword Soul. The Black Dragon Hierarch snorted, then turned around and left quickly. Looking at the direction he was heading, he should be heading to the Demon Abyss. He knew that the last time he saw Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon was in the Demon Abyss. This person had entered the Demon Abyss and yet was able to come out alive. This meant that this person must have grasped some secret that he didn't know about. That was why he was sure that the other party had gone to the Devil Abyss this time. That was because the Devil Abyss contained subdivine crystals that could even tempt kings. That's good too. When I kill you all, not only will I obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul, but I will also obtain the Subdivinity Crystal. This is killing two birds with one stone. Brat, wash your neck and wait for me. The Black Dragon religious leader laughed nastily and instantly disappeared. On the other side, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the other members of the Lin family entered the Black Earth. When they saw the corpses of the invincible kings and the substandard divine crystals on the ground, their jaws dropped and they were stunned. Heavens, who are these people? Their auras are too terrifying. Old Master Lin's beard curled up. Yeah. Second Uncle Lin also sighed. The auras of these people far surpassed that of the Black Dragon sect's leader. It could be said that these were the true peerless experts. However, such a powerful person had actually been killed. This was simply too mystical and strange. Murong Qingqing was especially shocked. One had to know that he had seen many kings, but none of them could compare to the corpses of the kings here. Not to mention the Black Dragon religious leader. Even all the kings in the Tianwu continent combined couldn't compare to this aura. Just who are these people? Are they still kings? Murong Qingqing's heart trembled. They are invincible kings. Lin Xian gave a simple introduction. Then, everyone learned about invincible kings, the 9 realms, and the true spirit world. After that, they were extremely shocked. To be honest, they had never heard of this information before. Old Master Lin and the others had always thought that the Tianan region was the entire world. However, they didn't expect that the Tianwu continent would appear, and now the true spirit world would appear. That was the real big world, and the Tianan region and the Tianwu continent that they were in were just 2 islands. One had to admit that the impact was too great. Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes blinked. She knew more than Old Master Lin and the others. She knew that there was an even bigger world outside the Tianwu continent. However, she didn't expect that world to be so mysterious and their continent to be so small. Moreover, the legend of the great emperor had shocked her even more. Moreover, when she saw the subdivine crystals on the ground, she was even more shocked. Originally, she thought that if she obtained a subdivine crystal and used it when she entered the king realm, it would be very heaven-defying. However, she didn't expect that there would be so many of them here. Everyone felt that their heads were about to explode. Although the subdivine crystal is magical, it's better not to use it unless it's a king crystal, Lin Xian said solemnly. However, he was different from the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was originally a king, and this time it was just recovering its strength. However, Lin Xian absorbed the energy of the subdivine crystal and gave it to the great dragon sword spirit. His body didn't absorb it. Therefore, it didn't affect him from becoming a king. However, others couldn't use it easily. Fortunately, He too didn't only have the subdivine crystal, he also had other heavenly treasures. Although there weren't many, they were all top-notch. After making arrangements for old Master Lin and the others, Lin Xian started to think about what to do next. The first was martial arts. Since he already knew the 9 realms, he would continue to walk on the path of martial arts. His goal was to become a great emperor. The second was to solve the problem in the Tianan region. As long as he got rid of the Black Dragon sect leader and uprooted the Black Dragon sect, the Tianan region would regain its peace. However, Lin Xian had already decided that even if he got rid of the Black Dragon sect, he wouldn't immediately bring the Lin family members to the Tianwu continent, because there was still a powerful enemy in the Tianwu continent, the Duan family. Therefore, he would wait until he got rid of the Duan family before bringing old Master Lin and the others to the Tianwu continent. At that time, his father would probably come out of seclusion, and the family would be reunited. After that, he would leave the Tianwu continent and go to the real Great World. However, he still lacked the energy to activate the Black Earth. This was also one of the things that gave him a headache. Forget it. The most important thing now is to increase my strength and get rid of the Black Dragon sect leader first. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and started to absorb the subdivine crystal once again. In his body, the great dragon sword spirit quickly swam around and crazily absorbed the energy of the subdivine crystal in order to awaken. This absorption took another half a year. During this period, the subdivine crystal on the ground decreased rapidly. The Crimson Dragon had a pained expression. F***CK, damn brat, it's almost used up. The situation is indeed unexpected. I didn't expect the great dragon sword spirit to have so much energy after entering the king realm. Hey, two floated in the air and said in a deep voice. Chapter 1425. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and absorbed the subdivine crystals once more. The great dragon sword soul quickly swam within his body and absorbed the energy of the subdivine crystals in order to awaken. This absorption process took another half a year. During this time, the amount of subdivine crystals on the ground decreased rapidly. The Crimson Dragon had a pained expression. F***CK, that damned brat, it's almost all used up. The situation is truly unexpected. I didn't expect the great dragon sword soul to have so much energy after entering the king realm. He too said in a deep voice as he floated in the air. To be honest, this scene was also beyond He too's expectations. Originally, the Black Earth had enough subdivine crystals, but after Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had absorbed them, there wasn't much left. Now, Lin Xian had absorbed a large portion of the subdivine crystals, so there wasn't much left. But even so, there was still no sign of Lin Xian waking up. Moreover, there was no king realm aura coming from his body. Forget it, we can't help at all. We can only wait patiently, He too said slowly. Then, everyone waited patiently for the result. After another 10 days, a deep dragon roar finally came from Lin Xian's body. This dragon roar was very majestic, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Even the Crimson Dragon was shocked, and the blood in his body boiled rapidly. This was too inconceivable. After all, the Crimson Dragon was a member of the Dragon Clan, and a member of the Divine Dragon Clan. The bloodline in his body was extremely high, and very few could rival him. But now, this dragon's roar made it tremble with fear. He too shouted excitedly, The great dragon sword soul has awakened. It's finally awakened. Only after entering the king realm would the great dragon sword soul be truly awakened. He was too excited because he had once followed a successor of the great dragon sword, so he naturally knew the true power of the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body had finally entered the king realm. This caused He Tu to feel boundless hope. Fortunately, he had broken through. Otherwise, the remaining subdivine crystals wouldn't be able to support him for long. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes as well. Boundless sword light flashed in his eyes. Whoa! A green dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. Back off. Everyone follow me. Seeing this, He Tu cried out loudly. Fortunately, the members of the Lin family were all cultivating elsewhere. Only Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, the Crimson Dragon, and the Snow White Monkey were in the hall. These people were all experts. When they heard He Tu's call, they immediately retreated. Then, He Tu controlled the remaining half of the sword and waved it in the air, forming a light formation that completely enveloped them. In front of him, Lin Xian's dragon sword shadow started to tremble rapidly. Then, countless green lights surged in and formed a green dragon sword domain. This domain wasn't too big. It only had a radius of 10 feet. However, the aura it emitted was enough to make one's heart tremble. Even the Crimson Dragon cried out, "Holy shit! No way! How can he be so strong?" He Tu cried out excitedly, "That's right, the dragon sword soul. It's finally formed the dragon sword domain." The dragon sword soul was one of the 5 swords in the world. It was an offensive saint art that could simplify and simulate everything. Its combat power could be said to be incomparably strong. The first successor of the dragon sword became the great emperor of the West Gate. He swept through the world and ruled over thousands of races. He could be said to be a figure that could crush eternity. After him, the second and third successors of the dragon's sword did not become great emperors. However, they were also sword saints whose names shook the world. According to the ancient records, the successor of the dragon sword who had reached greater mastery was extremely powerful and could even stand shoulder to shoulder with great emperors. This was too terrifying. One had to know that He Tu was an ancient hero. He was invincible in the world. He was a true overlord. However, the successor of the dragon sword who had reached greater mastery was actually able to stand shoulder to shoulder with great emperors. This was shocking news. This kind of combat power was heaven-defying. It was no wonder that the dragon sword was called an offensive saint art. And now, Lin Xian was this generation's successor of the dragon sword. Moreover, he had already awakened the dragon's sword to the king realm. In front of him, Lin Xian also slowly stood up. Looking at the dragon's sword domain around him, he revealed a smile. This is the king domain. It's really magical. So powerful. With a thought, the surrounding domain quickly revolved. Countless green sword shadows flew out and instantly turned into a long green dragon that circled around him. With a light wave of his palm, the green dragon's body trembled and turned into a huge phoenix. The phoenix flew high and then turned into a white tiger. It pounced and swooped down. Finally, it turned into a black turtle that suppressed the surroundings. These were not real ancient divine beasts. Instead, they were all evolved from the dragon sword soul, which was the current dragon sword domain. Each of them had to be lifelike as if they were real. Their power was even more powerful. This kind of method could be said to be heaven-defying. Not only that, Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain to evolve all kinds of things. The attack power of each of them was extremely powerful. It could be said that Lin Xian was now like a god of war, sharp and unstoppable. With a thought, Lin Xian recalled the dragon sword domain. Then the dragon sword soul turned into a ray of light and entered his body. Middle stage, ninth heaven, venerable realm. Lin Xian looked and found that his cultivation had also risen by a small level. He had reached the mid-stage of the ninth heaven venerable realm. He was very satisfied with this result. At least now he could fight against a one-star king. As for a two-star king, he didn't know, because he was very clear that after reaching the king realm, the gap between each level was even greater. Compared to the gap between the venerable realm, the gap was more than 10 times or even 100 times greater. It was impossible for ordinary people in the king realm to challenge those of a higher level. However, Lin Xian wasn't certain because the attack power of the dragon sword soul was too powerful, causing everyone to tremble. Seeing Lin Xian withdraw the dragon's sword domain, the crimson dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others quickly rushed over. "Kid, you finally succeeded," the crimson dragon shouted excitedly. At the side, Murong Qingqing asked, "Lin Xian, are you a king now?" "I can't be considered king. I just have a king domain," Lin Xian explained. "My current cultivation is still at the mid-stage of the ninth heaven venerable realm. However, my battle power has already reached the level of a one-star king." Hearing this, the corners of Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's mouths twitched. Lin Xian was probably the first such powerful, venerable realm since ancient times. He too checked and found that there were only 108 subdivinity crystals left. Lin Xian didn't use these subdivinity crystals. Instead, he carefully sealed them up and left them for Murong Qingqing and the Lin clan to use in the future. Now, it's time to deal with the Black Dragon sect. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and there was an icy coldness in his eyes. "Are we going to beat up that Black Flood Dragon? Count me in." The Crimson Dragon was extremely excited. Now that it had reached the king realm, it naturally wanted to find someone to spar with. The Black Dragon sect's leader just happened to be a very good prey. Chapter 14:26. "All right, let's go together." Lin Xian nodded, then left the Black Earth with the Crimson Dragon. This time, only the two of them went, and they didn't bring anyone else. After all, the Black Dragon sect's leader was a king, and this was a battle between kings. It would be very dangerous for anyone below the king level to go. Murong Qingqing naturally knew this, so she nodded obediently and stayed on the Black Earth to cultivate. Her main goal now was to enter the king level as soon as possible so that she could catch up to Lin Xian. To be honest, Murong Qingqing's talent was extraordinary, especially her bloodline power. Even He too was shocked for a long time when he saw it. In fact, when He too saw Murong Qingqing for the first time, he even screamed. There probably weren't many people with such pure phoenix bloodline in the entire true spirit world. He too had been following the 4th-generation successor of the dragon sword, so his experience was very unique. Although he didn't have the cultivation method of the phoenix bloodline, with his experience, he could give Murong Qingqing some good suggestions. Therefore, in this half a year, Murong Qingqing's cultivation base had also been increasing rapidly. It could be said that she was making rapid progress. In addition, Luo Bingshan and the people of the Lin family had also improved greatly. Compared to half a year ago, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Above the devil abyss, a black figure sat cross-legged. He emitted a powerful aura. He was the Black Dragon sect's leader. This time, the Black Dragon sect's leader was exceptionally patient. Even after waiting for half a year, he still didn't leave. This was because the great sword soul was too tempting. It was the most powerful offensive saint art in the world, and no one wouldn't be tempted. Inside the Devil Abyss, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had also left the Black Earth and were flying towards the outside world. That guy was outside. As soon as they left the Black Earth, the Crimson Dragon felt a powerful aura above them. This aura was very powerful, and even Lin Xian should know it. He knew that in the entire southern heaven region, only the Black Dragon sect's leader could emit this aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon transformed into 2 streaks of light and flew up into the sky. Soon, they arrived at the top of the sky. The Black Dragon religious leader suddenly open his eyes, and two terrifying rays of light appeared in his eyes. "You're finally out." He was really too excited because he didn't expect that the other party would actually take the initiative to appear. To him, this was undoubtedly great news. If he could capture the other party, then the great dragon sword spirit would be his. Obediently hand over the great dragon sword soul, and I can spare your life. The black dragon religious leader's voice was cold. You want the great dragon sword soul? What wishful thinking. Today I'm here to deal with you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a divine sword. Deal with me? Ha 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 ha. The black dragon sect's leader seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed coldly in disdain. Brat, you're just a puny venerable one. To think that you dare to boast so shamelessly. Do you know what level I am at? I'm a king, the incomparably powerful king of the heavens and the earth. How dare you say you want to kill me? What a joke! Ignorant. The black dragon sect's leader sneered in disdain. What's there to be arrogant about? Aren't you just a one-star king? Back then I could slap you away. Now I can still beat you up. The crimson dragon snorted coldly. You're just a flood dragon. How dare you call yourself a dragon? You're courting death. What did you say? Hearing this, the black dragon sect's leader's face darkened. His black robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. Countless black flames jumped on his body, distorting the surrounding void. It's you. You're that dragon. When the black dragon sect's leader saw the crimson dragon, his pupils constricted and his expression became extremely ugly. Previously, he was slapped away by the crimson dragon. Now that he thought about it, his heart burned with anger. However, when he sensed the other party's cultivation, he immediately laughed maniacally. One-star king. You're just a one-star prince. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are really helping me. If I catch you and eat your dragon essence and dragon blood, then I'll evolve into a true dragon. Even the heavens are helping me. Not only did they give me the great dragon sword soul, but they also gave me a divine dragon. From now on, I am a true member of the divine dragon clan. The black dragon sect's leader was too excited. He looked at Lin Xian and the crimson dragon as if he was looking at the most precious treasure. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. Humph, you're courting death. Let me deal with it. The crimson dragon snorted coldly and instantly charged out. Like a blood-red longsword, it quickly streaked across the void and charged toward the black dragon sect's leader. Humph, go to hell. The black dragon sect's leader roared into the sky. Instantly, countless black dragon flames surged from his body and formed two huge palms that slapped forward. Not only that, but a sea of fire formed in the space around him, emitting a terrifying aura. King's domain. This was the black dragon sect's leader's domain, the black flame domain. The black flame domain emitted a blazing black light that dyed the entire void into boundless darkness. If other warriors were here, they would definitely kneel on the ground and tremble in fear. The aura emitted by the black flame domain was too terrifying. No one below the king realm could withstand it. The two huge black flame palms glided in the air. Countless black lightning bolts surged rapidly in the palms like huge black dragons. The black lightning bolts and the two huge black palms quickly blasted toward the crimson dragon as if they were going to smash it into pieces. The crimson dragon snorted coldly and let out a shocking dragon roar. Immediately, a red light soared around him. These rays of light enveloped his body, making him look like a bolt of red lightning. He was extremely sharp. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of black lightning bolts descended and blasted on the red light, emitting deafening thunder sounds. However, none of the black lightning bolts could break through the red light. In other words, the black lightning bolts did not hurt the crimson dragon at all. In an instant, the Crimson Dragon arrived beside the Black Dragon sex leader. Boom! A red dragon claw stretched out. It was extremely sharp and instantly shattered the two huge black palms. Moreover, it charged toward the Black Dragon sex leader in an even more violent manner. "You're courting death!" The Black Dragon sex leader was furious. He had never been threatened like this before, and immediately roared. His body emitted a sharp black light as countless black flames danced. Combined with the black flame domain, an extremely terrifying power erupted. Black dragon soaring sky. With a cold roar, countless black flames in the black flame domain formed a huge black wave that quickly rushed toward the Crimson Dragon. Countless black lightning bolts intertwined within the wave as if they were going to tear the entire sky apart. Chapter 14:27. Boom! In the next moment, the two of them collided with an extremely terrifying sound. The Flood Dragon and Dragon began to fight. Damn it! Impossible! How can you be so strong? Not long after, the Black Dragon Patriarch roared furiously, because he noticed that his black flame domain was being suppressed. His opponent was like a crimson sword that was constantly attacking him, making it impossible for him to use his full strength. Moreover, what infuriated him even more was that his opponent was just a one-star king like him. However, the strength he displayed was much stronger than his own. It could be said that he was being completely beaten up. Humph. You're just a flood dragon that has just entered the king realm. How can you use your full strength? You're the ant before me. Let's see how Ben Huang beats you up. The Crimson Dragon snorted in disdain and then quickly waved its claws. One fierce attack after another slammed into the black flame domain, causing it to be pushed back and tremble violently. Damn it! Die for me! The Black Dragon Patriarch roared furiously and used all his strength to counterattack, but he was still completely suppressed. This caused a ball of fury to burn in his heart. It seemed that his opponent was indeed stronger than him. It would probably be very difficult for him to obtain dragon essence and dragon blood. However, in the next moment, he looked behind him and saw Lin Xian standing there. Immediately, the Black Dragon Patriarch laughed wildly in his heart. Yes, this Crimson Dragon was strong, but that kid was only a human, and he was only at the Exalt realm. This kind of cultivation was like an ant before him. Up until now, the Crimson Dragon had not used the power of the Dragon Sword Soul. This meant that it was very likely that the Dragon Sword Soul was with that kid. Thinking of this, the Black Dragon Patriarch's heart thumped wildly. The Black Dragon Patriarch resisted the Crimson Dragon's attacks while looking at Lin Xian in the distance, with a savage smile on his face. Soon he had a plan in his heart. He would give up on the Crimson Dragon's dragon essence and dragon blood, and only take the Dragon Sword Soul. Black Flame Domain, Netherworld, Transformation. The Black Dragon religious leader furiously roared. Immediately, the surrounding black flame domain began to churn. Countless terrifying auras dyed the entire sky black. Countless black dragon shadows rushed out and instantly surrounded the Crimson Dragon. Within the black flame domain, the Black Dragon religious leader sneered, after which his figure flashed as he quickly retreated and charged towards Lin Xian. His plan was simple. He only needed to use the Black Flame domain to trap the Crimson Dragon for a period of time while he charged towards Lin Xian. One move. He only needed one move to capture Lin Xian. At that time, he would immediately retreat and fly far away. He would only come out after he had grasped the great dragon Sword Soul. At that time, no one in the world would be his match. This idea was indeed very simple, and that was what he did. Therefore, when the Black Flame domain erupted and enveloped the Crimson Dragon, the Black Dragon Hierarch took the initiative. He turned into a bolt of black lightning and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. "Kid, go to hell!" In an instant, the Black Dragon religious leader arrived in front of Lin Xian. His terrifying palm was like a dragon's claw as he quickly grabbed towards Lin Xian's head. wanting to crush it. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted as a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Then, the sword aura on his body surged and condensed into a huge sword light shield in front of him. Clang! In the next moment, the Black Dragon religious leader's palm fiercely slammed onto the shield, producing an earth-shattering sound. At this moment, a green sword shadow appeared in Lin Xian's right hand. It was a dragon-shaped sword shadow. It was very mighty and emitted a terrifying aura. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the Black Dragon religious leader's expression changed. This aura? Impossible. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. This aura was too terrifying, causing him to feel a sense of trepidation. This was the instinct of a martial artist to be able to predict danger. Therefore, the Black Dragon religious leader did not hesitate and quickly retreated. He did not know what was going on with this kid in front of him. Why was he emitting such a dangerous aura? However, he knew that if he did not dodge, he would definitely be in danger. You want to leave? It's too late. Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that I'm someone who can be trampled on? In the next moment, the terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly slashed out. As a king, the Black Dragon religious leader's speed was very fast. He retreated far away in an instant. However, the power of this sword was too great. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through space and chased after the Black Dragon religious leader as if it wanted to cut him in half. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded in the sky as the terrifying sword aura slashed down, bringing with it endless air waves as if the entire sky was cut in half. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light enveloped the Black Dragon religious leader. Ah! The Black Dragon religious leader let out a shrill scream. Then a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Impossible! This is impossible! You're just a venerable. How can you hurt me? The Black Dragon religious leader's hair was disheveled as he roared crazily. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as if he had gone mad. He's crazy, he's really crazy, because this had already exceeded his understanding. After all, as a king, his strength was extremely terrifying. Apart from king realm experts who could cause him harm, venerable ones below the king realm could not hurt him at all. They could not even break through his defense. However, a mere venerable one in front of him had actually injured him. This was simply too unbelievable. No, it's impossible for you to be so powerful. The Great Dragon Sword Soul. This is the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Black Dragon religious leader understood. His eyes flickered as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Good, good, good. As expected of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it can actually allow a venerable realm brat to possess such powerful strength. If I get it, I can definitely dominate the world. The Black Dragon religious leader revealed a sinister smile. He yearned to obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul because it was too powerful. However, right at this moment, the Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. It waved its dragon claw and broke open the Black Flame domain. Little Flood Dragon, you want the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Go play somewhere else. Brat, this Flood Dragon is too boring. I'll give it to you. The Crimson Dragon retreated to the side and prepared to watch the show. He knew Lin Xian's strength, so he wasn't worried. Don't be arrogant. Isn't it just the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Humph, with your cultivation, you can't unleash the true strength of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Next, I'll let you know the true strength of a King Realm expert. The Black Dragon religious leader snorted coldly. Since the Crimson Dragon wasn't going to make a move, things would be easier. He just had to use the Black Flame domain to kill the young man in front of him and seize the Great Dragon Sword Soul. So, in the next moment, he waved his hand, and the Black Flame domain returned to his side. It flickered with a pitch-black light. Brat die. Chapter 1428. The black dragon religious leader shouted coldly as his body turned into a ray of light and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Beside him, the black flame domain burned fiercely, carrying an extremely terrifying energy. No one below the king realm could resist this kind of energy. Just as the black flame domain was about to envelop Lin Xian finally moved. His expression was cold as he waved his hand. Instantly, a dragon-shaped sword shadow dodged, forming an incomparable sword light. Then, a green dragon sword domain quickly formed. Boom! The two domains collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. Cracks formed in the surrounding space. King domain? This is impossible. The black dragon religious leader was forced back, his expression extremely shocked. He looked at the dragon's sword domain in front of him and exclaimed. There was no other way. He didn't dare to believe that the other party also had a king domain. One had to know that a king domain was an ability unique to kings. It was impossible for anyone below the king realm to have it. But now, a ninth heaven venerable had actually unleashed a king's domain. This was really hard for him to believe. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still didn't dare to believe it. Illusion, damn it. This must be an illusion. The black dragon religious leader roared crazily. With the black flame domain, his entire body was like a monstrous god fiend, emitting a powerful aura. He waved his hand, and a black spear appeared in the black flame domain. He held it in his hand. I don't believe that you can condense a king domain. All of this is fake. Don't try to lie to me. Now go to hell. The black dragon religious leader held the spear in his hand, and a terrifying power shook heaven and earth. A black spear's shadow rushed forward like a huge dragon, covering the sky and covering the earth. The energy contained within it was simply too terrifying. It directly pierced through the entire void. Today, I will let you experience the true power of the Dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian held the Dragon Sword Soul in his hand, and the Dragon Sword Domain surrounded his body. His entire body was like a sword saint, incomparably sharp. Then he slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword light spread out in all directions, and a loud dragon roar reverberated for thousands of miles. The black dragon religious leader's expression finally changed when the sword light rushed over. Only now did he know how terrifying the dragon sword soul was. Although Lin Xian was only a ninth heaven venerate, the might of this sword strike was really too terrifying. The power contained within it made the black dragon religious leader feel the threat of death. It did not seem to be a sword light, but an incomparably terrifying, huge dragon. The violent energy it carried suppressed the black dragon religious leader to the point that he could not move. How is that possible? This is impossible. The black dragon religious leader's body trembled slightly. He actually couldn't control this kind of terror. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Fear. Yes, that's right, it's the feeling of fear. How many years had it been since he felt this way? But today he felt it again in the hands of a 20-year-old youth. No, I don't believe it. The black dragon religious leader roared crazily. Before the sword light descended, his body was finally able to move. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly activated his black flame domain and formed 3 terrifying black palms that slapped towards the sky. As for himself, he quickly retreated. Boundless heat waves surged as the 3 terrifying black palms slapped towards the sky, colliding with the dragon-shaped sword light in the sky. This was the black dragon religious leader's all-out attack. It contained terrifying energy as it ruthlessly slapped the sky. Instantly, black holes appeared one after another. However, such terrifying energy was unable to shake the dragon-shaped sword light. The sword light flickered, and the terrifying sword light instantly sliced apart the 3 black palms. Although the light on them dimmed a little, they still carried boundless energy as they continued to attack the black dragon religious leader. Damn it, How is that possible? The Black Dragon religious leader's expression turned ugly when he saw this scene. At this moment, he finally experienced the taste of fear. This feeling made his entire body tremble, and even his black robes were drenched. Demon Dragon Spear of Annihilation. Facing the dragon-shaped sword light that was charging towards him, he roared again. Instantly, a black demonic spear flew out of his black flame domain. This long spear was pitch black and emitted terrifying demonic energy that spread out for 3,000 miles. On the surface of the spear, there were black runes engraved on it, emitting a terrifying aura of death. The Black Dragon religious leader held the long spear in his hand and quickly swept it out. A terrifying spear light that carried the aura of death surged towards the sky. Not only that, his left hand pulled out a long black saber from his black flame domain. The long black saber was 90 feet long and completely black. It was like a demonic saber that emitted a cold aura. Infernal demonic saber, destroy. He slashed out 32 times in a row, and the terrifying black saber light covered the entire sky. The Black Dragon religious leader's face turned pale. These 32 attacks contained all of his energy, and he even felt exhausted. The sky exploded as though it was the end of the world. A huge black vortex appeared and rapidly spread out in all directions. At this moment, all the martial artists in Xia country raised their heads and looked towards the sky. They could feel a terrifying energy exploding from the sky. It was like a giant beast in the abyss that wanted to devour the entire world. In fact, the entire Xia country was trembling violently. This was the Black Dragon religious leader's all-out attack, and it was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, it exploded in the sky. Otherwise, if it hit the ground, the entire Xia country would probably be reduced to ashes. However, the Black Dragon religious leader didn't relax. There was even a trace of despair in his eyes, because such a terrifying attack had only destroyed the dragon-shaped sword chi in the sky. As for Lin Xian, who was far away, he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. What? How is this possible? Damn it, I don't believe it. The Black Dragon religious leader roared madly with an extremely unsightly expression. At this moment, he no longer had his high and mighty attitude. Instead, he was roaring madly like a madman. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely unsightly again. He noticed that the dragon-shaped sword in Lin Xian's hand was shining brightly again. Another dragon-shaped sword chi was circling around the sword. As the religious leader of a religious leader who had reached the king realm, he could be said to be a peerless expert. There was no one in the southern heaven region who could subdue him, but now his opponent, a young man in his 20s, made him feel extremely threatened. In particular, the sword in his opponent's hand caused him to be extremely shocked. If his opponent's sword chi could be slashed out without restraint, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. After all, he had used all his strength to barely block the sword chi from before. But now he was about to face the second attack. Damn it, impossible. How can this kid be so powerful? The Black Dragon religious leader shook his head madly in disbelief. It was even to the extent that his martial heart was shaken. No, I can't let him use the second attack. The Black Dragon religious leader's face was gloomy. He decided to strike first. In the next moment, he held a black demonic spear and charged forward quickly with the black flame domain. As for Lin Xian, he also summoned the dragon's sword domain and charged forward. Chapter 14:29. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two domains collided and emitted a resplendent light. Kid, go to hell! This time the Black Dragon hierarch went all out. The black robe on his body trembled and black scales grew on his limbs and body. He turned into a black dragon. His body grew from 3 meters to 7 to 8 meters tall. He was like a tyrannosaurus that was filled with power. He took a step forward and countless black holes appeared in the sky. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand emitted a resplendent light as he shouted coldly, "Let's end this!" In the next moment, a blazing sword gleam surged out and covered the entire sky. The void turned green, and there were dragon shadows and sword gleams everywhere. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a dragon-shaped sword diagram that emitted terrifying energy. Boom! With a slash of the sword, a huge dragon-shaped sword gleam surged out and flew toward the black dragon hierarch. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed rapidly. In the next moment, the resplendent sword gleam enveloped the black dragon hierarch. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as the black dragon hierarch let out a miserable cry. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword gleam even more brightly. Streaks of green sword gleam soared into the sky, followed by a terrifying dragon roar. The dragon roar was so clear that all the martial artists in Xia country heard it. At this moment, all the martial artists in Xia country raised their heads and looked at the sky with a horrified expression. The sky was filled with countless sword gleams, and there was a huge dragon shadow hovering above, crushing the entire void into countless pieces. After a long time, the green sword gleams that filled the sky gradually disappeared, and the pungent smell of blood came from the sky. Above the demon abyss battlefield, the black dragon hierarch was sent flying over 10,000 meters and floated in the sky. The black robe on his body was torn, and there was a huge crack on his body. His internal organs and bones were all exposed. There were sword scars all over his body. It could be said that there was not a single part of his body that was intact except for his head. However, he looked extremely ferocious at this moment. "Impossible, I don't believe it. You can't be so strong." The black dragon hierarch was horrified. That sword gleam had almost taken his life. That sword strike from before was simply too terrifying. It almost split the black dragon religious leader in half. Even now, there were countless green sword chi circling around the wound, madly destroying his body. At this moment, he finally felt fear. He knew that even though the young man before him was only a 9th level venerate, his battle prowess still surpassed his own. Now, how could he still dare to snatch the great dragon sword soul? He only wanted to escape, otherwise he would definitely be killed here. But now the path was still sealed. In front of him was Lin Xian, and behind him was the Crimson Dragon. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to escape, let alone now that he was seriously injured. In this moment of despair, he suddenly thought of a way. He remembered that there was still a king monster at the bottom of the demon abyss. If he called that guy out and worked together with him, he might be able to escape with his life. Therefore, in the next moment, the black dragon religious leader shouted crazily, "The guy down there, stop hiding. These two obviously won't let you go. When I die, they will definitely make a move on you." That voice turned into a solid wave that spread to the bottom of the tide. Sure enough, in the next moment, a low roar suddenly came from below. Then, 9 red arms that were 3,000 meters long quickly stretched out from below like red pillars that connected the sky and the earth. "It's finally out." Seeing this scene, the black dragon religious leader heaved a sigh of relief. Great, as long as the other king monster attacked, he would definitely have a chance to survive. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he looked down. At the side, the Crimson Dragon also looked down with interest. In the demon abyss below, there were clouds and mist surrounding it, and behind the clouds a huge black shadow appeared. The black shadow quickly walked over and appeared in front of everyone. Looking at this king-level monster, Lin Xian was astonished. He knew that there was a monster below and that it had reached the king monster level. However, he didn't expect it to be a fox and a 9-tailed fox. The 9 arms that were 3,000 meters long were actually the 9 tails of the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox's body was fiery red, and its body was like a small mountain. His eyes were incomparably cold, and there were 9 tails behind him. At that moment, they had transformed into 9 terrifying arms. As soon as the nine-tailed fox appeared, it brought with it a monstrous, murderous aura that dyed the entire sky red. "It's a fox." Lin Xian was surprised. I didn't expect it to be a nine-tailed fox. It must have eaten a subdivinity, crystal, to grow to the king monster level. The crimson dragon also narrowed its eyes and looked curiously. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox let out a low roar with a trace of uneasiness in its expression. For some reason, the 2-meter-long red snake in front of it, which was like an ant in its eyes, was emitting a terrifying aura at this moment. Even the aura made it feel a sense of fear. "Damn worm, hand over the subdivinity crystal, and I'll spare your life." The huge nine-tailed fox spoke in human language with a cold voice. Boom! The crimson dragon quickly attacked. Its huge dragon claw turned into a red fist and blasted towards the nine-tailed fox. In the next moment, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The nine-tailed fox's huge body was smashed away. Boom! A mountain peak in the distance was smashed into pieces. "Who are you calling a worm? If you talk nonsense again, Ben Huang will knock out all your teeth." The crimson dragon snorted coldly. Roar! In the distance, the nine-tailed fox got up and quickly rushed over. Its huge eyes stared fiercely at the crimson dragon, and its eyes were full of murderous aura. It was furious. It was too furious. As a king monster beast, it looked down on everyone. When had it ever suffered such humiliation? But now it was sent flying by a red snake in front of it. It was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. But soon it was terrified again. The opponent's strength was too terrifying. It was so fast that it was sent flying before it could even see clearly. It knew that the opponent's strength was definitely not weak. It was also a king monster beast. At the side, the black dragon leader stopped his wound with difficulty and said in a low voice, "Stupid fox, don't hesitate. Attack with me and fight against them together. Otherwise, if I die, you won't have a hard time either." "Humph, cunning fellow. Aren't you just trying to use my strength to escape? You make it sound so righteous." The nine-tailed fox snorted coldly. It seemed that it was not a fool. Lin Xian said coldly, "Since it's out, let's get rid of it together." He had long planned to get rid of this monster beast. If the nine-tailed fox was allowed to live, it would definitely be a huge disaster after they left. So, just in case, it was better to get rid of the trouble before they left. Chapter 1430. Brat, you're courting death. The nine-tailed fox was furious. She did not intend to interfere in this matter, but she did not expect the little human in front of her to be so arrogant and claim that he would kill her too. That was intolerable to her. Therefore, in the next moment, she launched a fierce attack. Her 9 tails transformed into huge palms that quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. Each of them was extremely terrifying and could shatter the void. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and countless green sword qi rushed out from the dragon sword realm. They moved in all directions and bombarded the 9 tails. Roar! In the next moment, the 9-tailed fox screamed. Fresh blood floated down from the sky because the sword qi had all slashed at the 9 tails. Instantly, huge wounds were cut open and blood spurted out. The 9-tailed fox's expression changed. She quickly retracted her 9 tails with a bewildered expression. She did not expect the little human in front of her to be so terrifying. Although his cultivation was only at 9th heaven supremacy, the sword qi that he unleashed was so powerful that it could even injure her. "Rizalong, I'll leave this fox to you. I'll go deal with the black dragon hierarch," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then his figure flashed, and he charged at the black dragon hierarch with the dragon sword realm. "Don't worry, I'll play with her," the crimson dragon said casually. Then he reached out his dragon claws and grabbed at the 9-tailed fox. Suddenly, the two of them started fighting. On the other side, the black dragon hierarch was ferocious. "Brat, don't go too far. At most, we'll fight to the death." To be honest, he was furious. He thought that he could escape with his life if he called out the nine-tailed fox. However, he did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful that he wanted to deal with both of them together. That was something he did not expect. Now, the young man was going to attack again. This made it impossible for him to fight back. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided to fight to the death. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well drag the other party down with him. "Brat, even if I die, I won't let you go." The black dragon hierarch's voice was ferocious. In the next moment, he began to burn the spiritual power in his body. Not only that, but the black flame realm around him also burned rapidly, forming an extremely terrifying energy. Upon sensing this aura, Lin Xian's expression changed. This was because this was the counterattack of a king before his death. It was extremely terrifying, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. Therefore, he quickly grasped the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, he activated the dragon's sword domain with all his might. Suddenly, countless dragon roars burst forth, and a dazzling sword light illuminated the sky. "Let's end this." Lin Xian slashed down with his sword. On the other side, the black dragon religious leader also let out a furious roar, preparing to ignite the black flame domain and perish together. But in the next moment, his body froze, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. What a fast sword! Boom! The black dragon religious leader's body was completely split into two halves. Not only him, but the black flame domain around him was also split apart by the sword. Quick! It was too fast! The speed of this sword exceeded the black dragon religious leader's expectations. He was killed before he could even react. After killing the black dragon religious leader, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. His face was somewhat pale. After all, he was only a 9th-level venerable realm cultivator and could not use the dragon sword domain for a long period of time. But, fortunately, he had not reached his limit yet. So in the next moment, he turned around and stared at the nine-tailed fox in the distance again. Being stared at by Lin Xian, the nine-tailed fox's body froze. This was because it had seen the scene of Lin Xian killing the black dragon religious leader earlier. That sword strike had made its heart tremble. Even if it were in Lin Xian's place, it would not have the ability to resist. So now, being stared at by Lin Xian, it was very scared. If the other party attacked it, it would not be able to resist at all. So in the next moment, it hurriedly shook its head. "Stop! I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore." It did not dare to fight anymore because it was being beaten up by the Crimson Dragon. And this was because the other party was deliberately teasing it and did not kill it. Otherwise, it would have been killed long ago. Now that Lin Xian was here, it was even more impossible to win. So it could only beg for mercy. If someone was here and saw this scene, their eyes would definitely pop out. A dignified king demonic beast was actually begging for mercy. This was something that they did not dare to imagine. However, at this moment, it was really happening. Hearing this, Lin Xian did not make a move. Instead, he turned to look at the Crimson Dragon. "Rusalong, can you subdue it?" "No problem. It's just a 1-star king demonic beast. It's completely subdued." The Crimson Dragon was quite confident. Now that it was also a king demonic beast, it could use some magical methods. It was no longer like before when it only had thoughts and no power. "All right then, seal it and bring it back." "Bring it back? Do you want to keep it as a pet?" The Crimson Dragon asked. It really did not understand what Lin Xian wanted to do. Keep it as a pet? Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's mouth twitched. It was arrogant and unruly. As a king demonic beast, it looked down on the world. Now, it was being kept as a pet. This huge contrast made it so angry that it almost vomited blood. However, in order to save its life, it did not dare to resist at all. Otherwise, Lin Xian would definitely kill it. It could only grind its sharp teeth and snort madly in its heart. "Brat, just you wait. One day, I'll eat you with my own mouth." In the next moment, the Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws and created a powerful seal that directly sealed the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox was terrified because it realized that its body was rapidly shrinking. Not only that, but the power in its body was also rapidly weakening. In the end, it could not even mobilize it. What kind of technique is this? How can it be so powerful? As a king demonic beast, it naturally knew how terrifying this technique was. It did not expect Lin Xian to have such a technique. The nine-tailed fox's mountain-like body was rapidly shrinking until it was only the size of a house cat. After shrinking, the nine-tailed fox was still struggling in the air. The nine tails behind it were constantly swaying. Its originally ferocious little face looked very cute at this moment. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws and caught the nine-tailed fox in its hand. "Little fox, follow us well. When we have meat to eat, there will be soup for you." "Woo-woo!" The nine-tailed fox snorted twice. It was unknown whether it was crying or agreeing. "Let's go back." Lin Xian waved his hand. Then he and the Crimson Dragon turned into two streaks of lightning and instantly rushed down to the demon abyss. Inside the demon abyss, black earth. Murong Qingcheng waited anxiously. She kept pacing back and forth inside the black earth. She was too worried. After all, Lin Xian wanted to kill the Black Dragon Sect's leader, a true king. Although she knew Lin Xian's strength, the Black Dragon Sect's leader was not to be trifled with. Therefore, she was very worried. He too was spinning in the air. He complained, "All right, stop spinning. I'm going dizzy." Murong Qingcheng quickly asked, "He too, do you think he's in danger? After all, he's a true king." Chapter 1431. Inside the Devil Abyss, the Black Earth. Murong Qingcheng was anxiously waiting as she paced back and forth inside the Black Earth. She was too worried. After all, Lin Xian was going to kill the Black Dragon Sect's leader, a true king. Although she knew Lin Xian's strength, the Black Dragon Sect's leader was not to be trifled with. Therefore, she was very worried. He too was spinning in the air as he complained, "All right, stop spinning. I'm getting dizzy." Murong Qingcheng quickly asked, "He too, do you think he's in danger? After all, he's a true king." "Miss, you've asked this question 800 times. He too was helpless. That kid has the great dragon sword soul. He's very powerful. Moreover, there's a king-level divine dragon beside him. What are you worried about?" He too was speechless. One had to know that the great dragon sword soul was very powerful. Being invincible among those of the same level was the most basic standard. Moreover, it wasn't difficult to fight those of a higher level because the great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. Every generation's successor of the dragon sword was an extremely dazzling genius. He had high hopes for Lin Xian. He planned to nurture Lin Xian into a great emperor. If Lin Xian couldn't kill the Black Dragon Sect's leader, he would be disappointed. Just as he was thinking, the Black Earth's door suddenly opened. Following that, two figures flashed in. "Lin Xian, you're back!" Murong Qingcheng cheered when she saw the figure. Luo Bingshan also quickly walked over and shouted respectfully, "Master, you're back!" Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, He too said softly, "You've been fighting for a long time. Is it that difficult to kill a Black Dragon Sect's leader?" There seemed to be a trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. Murong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan were already familiar with this kind of language. However, if it were anyone else, even a king-level expert, who heard the sentence, they would vomit blood. What did he mean by "is it that difficult to kill a Black Dragon Sect's leader"? He was a true king. Were they going to be killed like vegetables? If the Black Dragon religious leader was still alive, he would definitely burst into tears upon hearing this. However, Lin Xian shrugged. "It's been done for a long time. It's just that something else happened along the way. Look, I brought back something good." As he spoke, Lin Xian took out a furry object from his bosom. What's this? A fox so cute." Morong Ching Ching was stunned at first, then cheered and quickly snatched the red furball from Lin Xian's hands. It's actually a nine-tailed fox. Lin Xian, where did you get such a cute animal? Morong Ching Ching asked as he rubbed the nine-tailed fox's head. Cute animals? When the nine-tailed fox heard this, her face darkened. She even had the thought of dying. On the other hand, Lin Xian said with a smile, It's nothing. It's just a little fox. It's too cute, Morong Ching Ching said. Lin Xian, give it to me. Give it to you. Lin Xian was stunned and looked at Morong Ching Ching. You like this guy? Yes, it's too cute. It's not bad to keep it as a pet. You already have Little White, so give it to me. Hearing this, the little white monkey jumped out and gestured for a while. What it meant was that how could this smelly fox in front of it be compared to it? I originally planned to use it for something else, but since you like it, I'll give it to you. Lin Xian said with a smile, This guy is female. If you like foxes, you can ask her to give birth to a few more in the future. When the nine-tailed fox heard that these people wanted to distribute her, she was speechless. She lay on Morong Ching Ching's body and pretended to be dead. However, when she heard Lin Xian's words, she jumped up and spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean by female? That's a female, okay? The nine-tailed fox's face darkened, and she spoke in human language. Ah, I can speak human language? Morong Ching Ching was shocked, then her face was full of joy. Not bad, it's intelligent. Looks like it's better than Little White. It's even on the same level as this Rousalong. Buffed, little girl Morong, what's wrong with your eyes? How dare you compare Ben Huang to a fox? I can't stand it. The Crimson Dragon was not happy. Little White Monkey was also grumbling with a look of displeasure. On the side, Hey Tu was also flying around the crowd, interrupting from time to time. Miss, this fox is a one-star king. If you want to be a pet, you have to raise your strength to the king realm first. You're saying that this little fox is a king realm. This time, Morong Ching Ching and Luo Bingshan were shocked. They did not expect such a cute little fox to be a king realm monster. But then Morong Ching Ching was even happier. Such a cute little fox, and it was so strong. All the more she wanted to adopt it so that she would not have to fight by herself in the future. Seeing how happy Morong Ching Ching was, Lin Xian asked, Rousalong, is your seal safe? Don't release this guy's power, or Ching Ching will be in danger. Don't worry, with Ben Huang here, it's absolutely safe, the Crimson Dragon said confidently. Lin Xian was still worried. After all, this matter concerned Morong Ching Ching's safety. So he asked again, Hey Tu, do you have anything good that can make this safer? In fact, Lin Xian could use 10,000 beast ding to directly plant a beast slave seal. However, to use 10,000 beast ding, he would have to pay a price. Moreover, if he planted a beast slave seal, this nine-tailed fox would be loyal, but it would not be as cute. This was not what Lin Xian wanted, so he asked Hey Tuesday, yes, of course. Hey Tu tried his best to satisfy Lin Xian's request. He quickly flew away and soon flew back. This time he brought back a scroll. What's this? Lin Xian asked. It was a contract scroll. As long as 2 people dripped their blood on it, it would form a master-servant contract. However, this nine-tailed fox's talent was not very good, and its growth was limited. It was a pity to use this scroll. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's ears drooped, and it looked defeated. As a king demonic beast, it had never suffered such a blow before. Now that Budan's pet was taken back, it was even despised by others. However, Morong Ching Ching did not care much, because in her opinion, a king realm monster was already very terrifying. So, she quickly established a master-servant contract with the nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, the scroll emitted a soft light, enveloping Morong Ching Ching and the nine-tailed fox. In the next moment, Morong Ching Ching felt a connection. It was the nine-tailed fox's. The ferocious look in the nine-tailed fox's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a touch of wisdom. It even rubbed its furry little head against Morong Ching-Ching's face. What should I call you? Morong Ching-Ching smiled and tilted her head. Chapter 1432. The scroll emitted a soft light that enveloped Morong Ching-Ching and Nine-Tailed Fox. In the next moment, Morong Ching-Ching felt a connection with Nine-Tailed Fox. The ferocious look in Nine-Tailed Fox's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a touch of wisdom. She even rubbed her furry little head against Morong Ching-Ching's face. What should I call you? Morong Ching-Ching smiled and tilted his head. Just call her Little Red, the Crimson Dragon said. Lin Xian nodded. That's a good name. Hearing this, Nine-Tailed Fox bared her teeth at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon and waved her little claws. I have a name. I'm called Nine-Tailed. Nine-Tailed Fox said fiercely. Nine-Tailed, that's a bad name. Morong Ching-Ching rubbed Nine-Tailed Fox's head and thought carefully. How about Little Nine? Okay, Little Nine. Nine-Tailed Fox nodded and then rubbed her little head against Morong Ching-Ching's hand. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon asked curiously, Oh, right, kid, what were you planning to do with this fox when you caught it? He was curious because this fox was not meant to be a pet. Lin Xian must have had other uses for it. Oh, isn't the black earth lacking energy? I thought this fox was a king demonic beast and should have powerful energy. I wanted to use it as an energy source, but since Ching Cheng likes it, I'll let it be a pet. This time, even the Crimson Dragon's mouth was agape. Nine-Tailed Fox rolled her eyes and almost fainted. Be an energy source? What was this guy thinking? Fortunately, it was now a pet. Otherwise, its future would be miserable. Thinking of this, Nine-Tailed Fox glared at Lin Xian with her black gem-like eyes. Upon hearing Lin Xian's suggestion, He too kept nodding his head. That's a good idea, but this Nine-Tailed Fox is still too weak. If we want to use it as motivation, we need to at least catch a few of them. Forget it. We'll think of a way in the future. We'll find a source of energy eventually, Lin Xian said in a low voice, because he believed that there would be a way. Kid, what are you planning to do next? The Crimson Dragon asked. The Black Dragon sect's leader is already dead. The Black Dragon sect lives up to its name. However, we still have to clean up the mess. After we eliminate the Black Dragon cult, we will return to the Sky Martial continent. I think it's time to put an end to the Duan family. The Duan clan, huh? The Crimson Dragon also snorted coldly. These people were too arrogant. In the past, Ben Huang didn't care about them. Now that he had become a king, he could kill them with one slap. After settling the matter of the Duan family, are we going to the true spirit continent? The Crimson Dragon was very excited. It was obvious that he was tired of staying here. Yes, after everything here is settled and we find a source of energy, we will set off for the real big world. Next, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon went out again. This time, they also brought along Morong Ching-Ching and Luo Bingshan. The group of people boarded the spirit boat from before and quickly left the Devil Abyss. The spirit boat flew up into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. This time, their target was the Black Dragon cult's headquarters. The Black Dragon cult's headquarters was located in the center of the Tiannan region. It occupied a very vast mountain range. This mountain range was the best spirit vein in the entire Tiannan region. The spirit qi was very rich. In the mountain range, there were countless palaces and pavilions. In the center, there was a very large black palace. It stood in front of them, like a black dragon sitting there. At this moment, the entire Black Dragon cult had set up a layer of defensive array, not far from the Black Dragon cult's mountain range. There was also a group of people gathered. Most of them were old men, but there were also some young people. They were looking at the mountain range in the distance with solemn expressions. These people were not weak. They were all in the venerable realm. There were even 1 or 2 old men who had reached the 9th heaven of the venerable realm. Their clothes had the word martial written on them. Obviously, they were from the Martial Alliance. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize these people. This was because a few of these old men were the judges of the Azure Dragon Gathering. Even among the younger generation, there were a few that he recognized. One of them was wearing a flaming robe. He was extremely handsome and had an arrogant look on his face. He was the Heavenly Fire Prince of the Heavenly Fire Sect. The other person was even more powerful. He was burly and looked like a demon king. He was the Overlord who ranked first on the Azure Dragon leaderboard, Overlord Wuji. These two people's auras were powerful. They were not weaker than those old men at all. Obviously, the Martial Alliance had also obtained some subdivinity crystals. That was why they had so many experts to fight against the Black Dragon cult. However, the Martial Alliance did not have a king, so they had always been suppressed by the Black Dragon cult. This time, they received news that the Black Dragon cult's 8 great hall masters and 4 great protectors had been annihilated. When they heard about this, they were extremely shocked. They could not believe it and thought it was fake news released by the Black Dragon cult. Their goal was to bait them. However, after many investigations, they finally found out that the news was true. Then these people were stunned. They could not believe it. 8 great hall masters and 4 great protectors. They were all extremely powerful people. Putting everything else aside, any one of the great protectors could defeat all of them. Such powerful people were annihilated. Who did it? They could not figure it out. Anyway, it was not the Martial Alliance who did it. It's very likely that a martial artist that we don't know about obtained the subdivinity crystals from the demon abyss and absorbed the energy inside. That's why he became so powerful. Overlord Wuji said in a deep voice. Hearing that, everyone nodded. They all felt that it made sense. At this moment, among the group of old men, a person called Venerable Qinglian said, "There's another possibility. It's someone from the Tianwu continent." However, the Tianwu continent has always looked down on the Tianan region. It's impossible that they won't come to our aid. Everyone was talking about the mysterious expert. At this moment, another old man said, "This is a good opportunity for us. I heard that the Black Dragon cult's leader and the left and right emissaries brought a large number of experts and left the Black Dragon cult. If we can take over their headquarters and seize the treasures inside, our Martial Alliance might be able to grow stronger again. I hope so. However, the Black Dragon cult's mountain protection formation is not easy to break. Let's hurry up and take action. Who knows what the Black Dragon cult's leader is doing with so many experts? If they enter the Demon Abyss again and obtain the subdivinity crystals to create a large number of experts, we'll be completely finished. By then, the entire Tianan region will belong to the Black Dragon cult." Hearing that, everyone's hearts sank. They took a deep breath and prepared to take action. However, at this moment, a young disciple exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" Chapter 1433. "Look, what's that?" A young man exclaimed, "What are you shouting for? We'll be discovered if you continue like this. Can you bear the responsibility for disrupting our plan?" An old man snorted with a gloomy face. "Yes, Elder. I was wrong." The young man lowered his head and admitted his mistake. However, he insisted, "There's really something. Something really flew across the sky like lightning." "Something flew across the sky? Are you sure?" The other old men frowned. Could it be that the people from the Black Dragon sect had returned? This time, they were planning to launch a sneak attack while the Black Dragon sect's leader and other experts were away. If the experts from the Black Dragon sect returned, their plan would fail. Hence, everyone's face turned solemn. Zhao Ping cultivates eye techniques. Although his cultivation isn't the best, he should be able to see things correctly. This time, Venerable Green Lotus also spoke. He was the leader of this operation. Hence, when Venerable Green Lotus spoke, the others fell silent. "Zhao Ping, tell me, what exactly did you see? Was it from the Black Dragon sect?" "Elder, I didn't see it clearly. I only saw a flash of light. However, from the aura It didn't seem like it was from the Black Dragon sect. Oh, even you didn't see it clearly? Venerable Green Lotus was surprised. He knew that Zhao Ping cultivated an eye technique. His eyesight was extremely accurate. In this aspect, he was not inferior to the old men. In fact, he was even stronger. However, at this moment, even he did not see it clearly. It was unbelievable. Where did that thing go? Venerable Green Lotus thought of a possibility and asked quickly. It's the Black Dragon sect's headquarters. Venerable Green Lotus gasped when he heard that. His expression was uncertain, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame asked in a deep voice, "Elder, is there something wrong?" Other than the Martial Alliance, only the Black Dragon sect has such means. However, that thing doesn't belong to the Martial Alliance. I'm afraid it doesn't belong to the Black Dragon sect either. However, there should be another expert from the Tianan region. You're talking about the mysterious expert who killed the 8 Hall Masters and the 4 Great Protectors. Infinite Tyrant said coldly. Yes, that's right. It's him. Venerable Green Lotus nodded. In the next moment, everyone was shocked and their eyes widened. What? Could it really be that mysterious expert? Is he going to attack the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult? Everyone was extremely shocked. Originally, with the number of people they had, even if they wanted to break through the defensive formation outside the Black Dragon sect, it would still take a very long time. But now, if a mysterious expert came, their efficiency would be greatly increased. Let's go and take a look. Venerable Green Lotus pondered for a moment and finally said in a deep voice. Then he waved his hand and led the group carefully toward the mountain range in front of them. On the other side, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan were riding on a spirit boat and flying quickly ahead. Master, up ahead is the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult. Luo Bingshan looked down at the mountain range and quickly reported. Have we arrived? Hearing this, Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation and opened his eyes to look below. The Black Dragon cult is ruthless and cruel. In the past few years of their rise, they have caused great suffering in the Tianan region. It's time to get rid of this evil cult. Lin Xian said coldly. That's easy. Watch me. The Crimson Dragon also looked down. Is this the nest of the dragon? How extravagant. The Crimson Dragon rolled his eyes and then shouted down. Listen up. Your Black Dragon cult leader is dead. Hurry up and open the gate. Kneel down and wait for your punishment. Otherwise, when we attack, you'll be dead. This voice was like a clap of thunder that quickly spread to the people below. Instantly, everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles heard it. The formation of the Black Dragon cult below trembled and produced a rumbling sound. Search, 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 search. In an instant, countless martial artists in black robes rushed out of the countless palaces and pavilions in the mountain range in front of them. They all looked up at the sky with cold expressions. Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in our Black Dragon cult? You're courting death. Hurry up and come here to die. I can leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, if you anger the Black Dragon cult, we'll kill all of you. Countless Black Dragon cult martial artists looked up at the sky and shouted coldly. To be honest, in their opinion, the other party was too arrogant. How dare he cause trouble above the Black Dragon cult? This was something that had never happened before. Even the Martial Alliance did not dare to be so arrogant. The people of the Martial Alliance below also stopped and looked up at the sky. It's really that mysterious expert. Elder, should we attack? Someone asked. Venerable Green Lotus shook his head. No need. Let's wait and see. A bunch of ants. Your cult leader is dead and you still dare to be so arrogant? Do you believe that Ben Huang will kill you with a slap? At this moment, the Crimson Dragon snorted coldly again. What? The Black Dragon cult leader is dead? Hearing this, Everyone was stunned. The people of the Martial Alliance were also shocked. They widened their eyes and could not believe it. The disciples of the Black Dragon cult were stunned at first. Then they laughed out loud. "Haha, idiot. Do you know what you're saying? Our cult leader is a king. No one can compare to him in this world. How dare you say he's dead? What a joke! How dare you curse our cult leader? Kneel down and accept your death." The group of people shouted arrogantly. They did not believe that their cult leader would be killed. Even Venerable Blue Lotus and the Crown Prince were frowning. What did he say? The Black Dragon cult leader is dead? How is that possible? The group of people shook their heads. The Black Dragon cult leader was a king. They could only look up to him. How could such a person be killed? Crown Prince Heavenly Flame sneered. "Humph, what expert. I think he's just a braggart. How dare he say that the Black Dragon cult leader is dead? Does he know what the Black Dragon cult leader's cultivation is? Not to mention the disciples of the Black Dragon cult. Even the people of the Martial Alliance could not believe it. Perhaps no one in the entire Tianan region would believe that the Black Dragon cult leader was killed. Sigh, what a bunch of ignorant people." On the spiritual vessel, the Crimson Dragon shook his head and sighed. Lin Xian also frowned. "Since they're so stubborn, let's just do it." Nine-tailed, blast open the defensive formation below. Nine-tailed Fox was sleeping in Murong Qingqing's arms. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she opened her eyes reluctantly. Ever since Tian recognized him as his master, his cultivation had returned to the king realm. At this moment, he shook his tails gently. On one of his tails, a red arm appeared and quickly reached down. Chapter 1434. An arm that was thousands of meters long fell from the sky like the palm of a demon. Boom! In the next moment, the red arm slammed into the defensive array below, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The entire mountain range within a radius of 1,000 miles began to tremble violently. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled, and countless cracks spread out in all directions like the mouth of an abyss. At this moment, everyone was terrified. "Block it! You must block it!" Countless experts in the Black Dragon sect shouted angrily. More people quickly activated the array to defend. Their scalps went numb and they were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful that a slap could almost break through the defensive array. In the distant mountain range, Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. What kind of technique was that? How could it be so terrifying? What was going on with that 1,000-meter-long arm? It was as if a god had stretched out his arm from the sky. It was too terrifying. Rumble, rumble, crack, crack, crack. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the arm smashed through the defensive array and headed towards the Black Dragon sect. Suddenly, several mountains were shattered and gravel flew everywhere. The earth sank as if there was an earthquake. "Retreat, retreat quickly." Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and Ba Wuji quickly retreated. This was because the place where they were originally standing had suddenly cracked open. The entire ground was overturned and ruptured, forming a ruin. This was only the periphery. In the center of the mountain range, the entire Black Dragon sect was completely destroyed. Hundreds of mountains were razed to the ground, and the Black Dragon Hall in the center was penetrated by a slap. The ground caved in for 10,000 meters. The disciples of the demonic sect were even more miserable. They did not have the chance to escape from the slap. In an instant, their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist. The earth caved in, and huge rocks flew everywhere. The blood mist filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood instantly spread. When the blood-red palm disappeared, the entire Black Dragon sect was razed to the ground. Not only that, but there was a bottomless abyss on the ground. It was as if it was connected to the 9 nether hell and emitted a cold aura. Most of the Black Dragon cult martial artists had been killed by that palm strike. However, a small portion of them had managed to escape this calamity. However, at this moment, he was also lying on the ground. His body was constantly twitching, and his face was abnormally pale. Fear, deep fear. That palm just now was too terrifying. It was like a palm that could destroy the world. In an instant, the entire black dragon cult was completely destroyed. This kind of technique was too terrifying. They had never seen it before. Perhaps even the left and right messengers would not be able to use it. Only their black dragon religious leader was capable of such a feat. However, the other party was also able to do so. This meant that the other party's strength was definitely extremely powerful. At the very least, it exceeded their understanding. It was very likely that he was the legendary king. Could it be that the hierarch is really dead? Seeing this scene, everyone felt despair. They now believed that the black dragon leader had really been killed. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have dared to directly attack their headquarters. In the distance, Reverend Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, Infinite Tyrant, and the others were shocked and their scalps went numb. They looked at the ruins in front of them with terrified expressions. What kind of technique was this? With just a slap, the Black Dragon sect and the entire mountain range were destroyed. This technique was too terrifying. A king. The other party must be a king. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such a technique. The group of elders had terrified looks on their faces. Venerable Green Lotus also took a deep breath. From the looks of it, the Black Dragon religious leader might really have been killed. Thinking of this, they gasped and their scalps went numb. They could not believe it. That was a peerless, ferocious person who had shaken the entire southern heaven region. But he had been killed. This was a shocking event. Look, someone is coming down. At this moment, the disciple called Zhao Ping-pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "That's right, it's that thing. Just now, it streaked across the sky." Hearing this, Reverend Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others looked forward with rapt attention. In the next moment, they saw a huge spiritual boat descending rapidly from the Sky Palace. However, the spiritual boat did not land. Instead, it stopped when it was 100 meters above the ground. Then, several figures came down from the spiritual boat like lightning and instantly appeared on the ground. These people were also floating in the air because there was no ground in front of them. It was a bottomless abyss. These people were naturally Lin Xian and the others. Luo Bingshan frowned and looked into the distance, coldly. "Who is it? Come out." In fact, it was not only him. Lin Xian, Mu Qingcheng, and the others also felt that there was a strong aura in the distance, and there were quite a few of them. They did not know who it was, but if it was the Black Dragon religious leader, they would not let it go. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Reverend Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others turned pale. This was because the cold snort in front of them had exploded in their ears. Obviously, they had been discovered. Get out. Since they had destroyed the Black Dragon religious leader, they should not be evil people. Reverend Green Lotus took a deep breath and quickly flew out. He shouted, "Don't do anything. We are not from the Black Dragon religious leader." Seeing Reverend Green Lotus appear, the others also took a deep breath and quickly followed behind. Then nearly 50 to 60 martial artists all rose into the air and appeared in the sky. "Master." Luo Bingshan looked at Lin Xian with a questioning look in her eyes. However, her hand was still holding the long saber at her waist. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, she would definitely take action. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He looked at the people in the distance and revealed a surprised look. "Don't do anything. They are not from the Black Dragon religious leader." In front, Reverend Green Lotus, Baoji, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others were flying carefully. Soon, they saw the scene in front of them. In the void, there were 4 figures floating. The one in front was a young man in his 20s. He was tall and handsome. He wore a green shirt and there was a snow-white monkey on his shoulder. Beside the young man was a red snake. It stood in the void and bared its fangs and claws. It was a strange sight. On the other side of the young man was a lady in purple. She was beautiful like a fairy. In her arms was a furry little fox. It had 9 tails. Beside her was a mysterious lady in a black robe. She wore a golden mask on her face that shone coldly under the sun. The man and the 2 ladies were all in their 20s. They were very young. What? Reverend Green Lotus and the others were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so young. That's not right. Why are they so young? Could it be that they were not the ones who attacked? Chapter 1435. Not only Venerable Green Lotus, but everyone in the Martial Alliance was also suspicious. They did not believe that such a young man could be a challenger. One had to know that this was something that was simply impossible. However, when they looked at the cultivation of the other party, they were shocked. Their faces turned pale, and many of them even trembled. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Everyone's aura was as deep as the abyss, unfathomable. Especially the red snake at the side. It had an aura that made their hearts palpitate. Who are these people? They felt numb and did not dare to act rashly. We're not from the Black Dragon sect. We're from the Martial Alliance. We're here to ambush the Black Dragon sect. Venerable Green Lotus took a deep breath and explained quickly. He did not want to be misunderstood. If the other party attacked, they would have no chance of survival. I know. Don't worry. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, Infinite Tyrant, long time no see. Where's Zhou Jianying? Why don't I see her? Xian said calmly. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and Infinite Tyrant were shocked. They could not believe it. They did not expect the other party to know him. In the next moment, the 3 of them raised their heads and looked ahead carefully. Then their heads exploded. You are? It's you! Everyone was shocked. They were too frightened previously and did not notice the other party's appearance. Now that they took a closer look, the young man in front of them was looking at them with a smile. It's you, Lin Xian. It's you! Prince Heavenly Flame screamed in shock. As for the people behind him, they all looked at each other in dismay. Many of them even revealed puzzled expressions. What's going on? Does Prince Heavenly Flame know the person in front? Ba Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes widened in disbelief. Venerable Green Lotus's body began to tremble. Lin Xian? Who is he? Elder, do you know him? The others asked. Venerable Green Lotus sighed. He's Lin Xian. He's from the Tianan region. What? He's from the Tianan region? Everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. Since when did such a powerful figure appear in their Tianan region? At this moment, Venerable Green Lotus continued. He was the champion of the previous Azure Dragon Association, but after that he left the Heavenly South region. I didn't expect it to appear again. What? He was the champion of the previous Azure Dragon Society. Everyone cried out in surprise. Soon after, many people recalled something. Right, that's right, it's him, it's really him. I saw him at the Azure Dragon Society last time, but I didn't think it would really be him. Among these Martial League members, a small portion of them had survived back then, while most of them had risen in recent years. Therefore, although most people did not recognize Lin Xian, a small number of people recognized him after being reminded by Elder Green Lotus. Immediately, these people cried out in surprise. Soon, they learned of Lin Xian's experience. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared ahead in disbelief. Lin Xian, is the Black Dragon Hierarch really dead? At this moment, Elder Green Lotus asked again. To be honest, he could not believe this news. After all, the Black Dragon Hierarch was an extremely terrifying existence. He had to be sure. Yes, he's dead. I killed him. Lin Xian nodded. What? You killed him? Everyone's jaws dropped. They were all shocked by this news. This was 2F*King shocking. A 20-year-old young man had actually killed the overlord of the Tianan region. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Even Overlord Wuji asked in a trembling voice. Lin Xian, are you already a king? Lin Xian shook his head. Not yet, but killing a king is not difficult. Everyone's mind went blank. They only wanted to vomit blood. Killing a king was not difficult? Why did it sound like a dream? Forget it, I won't ask anymore. I don't want my heart to be unable to take it. Everyone shook their heads. On the other hand, Lin Xian ordered Luo Bingshan to cripple all the surviving Black Dragon Hierarch martial artists' cultivation. Luo Bingshan nodded. Then she waved her arm. Countless rays of saber light flew out from her fingertips. They quickly spread out in all directions and sank into the bodies of the Black Dragon Hierarch martial artists. Instantly, screams of agony rang out. In an instant, those who were still alive had their cultivation crippled. Lin Xian did not kill them. However, crippling their cultivation could prevent them from doing evil in the future. The Black Dragon Hierarch's base camp has been destroyed. I guess there are still some remaining forces in other places. I'll leave the rest to the Martial Alliance. Lin Xian turned around again and looked at Venerable Green Lotus. Don't worry. We'll definitely take care of the rest. Venerable Green Lotus nodded quickly. They were already at odds with the Black Dragon Hierarch. Even if Lin Xian did not say anything, they would do their best to gather people and eliminate the Black Dragon Hierarch in other places. Now that they had Lin Xian's help, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before speaking again in a deep voice. The Tianan region has been plunged into misery and suffering for a long time. I don't want anything similar to happen again. As he spoke, Lin Xian exuded a terrifying aura. It was as though a divine sword had been unsheathed. It was extremely sharp. Furthermore, the Xia country is my hometown. I don't want anything to happen to it in the future. As for the demonic abyss, there are no more subdivine gems in it. There's no need to waste time looking for them. I hope that the Martial Alliance can lead the Tianan region and build a prosperous world. However, I don't want you to become another Black Dragon Hierarch. Although Lin Xian did not have any obvious intention of threatening them, Venerable Green Lotus and the rest were still trembling in fear. That was because the aura was too terrifying. It was as though a god was looking down on them. Don't worry. We won't become the second Black Dragon Hierarch. Venerable Green Lotus shook his head immediately. Lin Xian nodded and retracted his aura. He did not stay there any longer. Instead, he turned around and flew away with Morong Qingqing and the rest onto the spiritual boat in the sky. Then, the spiritual boat shone and turned into a bolt of lightning, leaving the place in an instant. Venerable Green Lotus and the rest only heaved a sigh of relief after Lin Xian and the rest had left for a long time. Then, they slumped onto the ground. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. The group of seniors turned pale. Has he become so powerful? Crown Prince Heavenly Flame's body was also trembling slightly. He did not expect that someone whose strength was similar to his back then would grow to such a level in just a few years. He could only look up to him. Overlord Wuji sighed as well. His heart was filled with helplessness. Venerable Green Lotus took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Remember what I said today. Don't become the second Black Dragon Hierarch. Otherwise, our doomsday will come." Everyone nodded heavily and did not dare to act rashly. They had no choice. The scene of the Black Dragon Hierarch being annihilated was too terrifying. They would probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. Don't go to the Devil Abyss. According to what we know now, those who haven't reached the King Realm will only be courting death. Instead of angering Lin Xian, why don't we withdraw all of our people from the Xia country? Got it. I'll do it as soon as I return. Also, immediately mobilize all of our forces and launch a counterattack. We must eliminate the remaining forces of the Black Dragon Hierarch. It's time for the Black Dragon Hierarch to become history. Chapter 1436. Lin Xian and the rest easily annihilated the Black Dragon sect's headquarters and quickly returned. The Black Dragon sect leader had been killed. Not only that, the entire Black Dragon sect's left and right envoys, for great protectors and 8 great hall masters had all been killed. It could be said that the Black Dragon sect's elites were all gone. There was no need for him to worry about the rest. With the Martial Alliance's strength, they could definitely eliminate them. Therefore, Lin Xian's thoughts were no longer on the Tianan region. He was prepared to return to the Tianmu continent. Firstly, he wanted to see if his father had come out of seclusion. Secondly, he wanted to get rid of the Duan clan. Otherwise, he would not be at ease moving the Lin clan's clansmen to the Tianmu continent. Soon, Lin Xian and the rest returned to the Black Earth. This time, Lin Xian's main purpose was to instruct He Tu to take good care of old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin clan. Little Xian, don't worry. We're very safe here. Moreover, this place is very suitable for cultivation, old Master Lin said with a smile. Yes, we'll wait for your safe return, second Uncle Lin said with a smile. Next, Lin Xian left behind some natural treasures. He even took out a lot of old-time tea for old Master Lin and the rest to consume. After everything was arranged properly, he brought Morong Qingcheng, Falling Ice Mountain, and the Crimson Dragon onto the spirit boat and quickly left the Xia country. This time his departure was similar to when he came. However, his cultivation had undergone a drastic change. Other than that, there were some additional things. There was a 9-tailed fox, and he took 30 subdivine crystals with him. As for the rest, he left them all on the Black Earth. According to his calculations, to return to the Tianmu continent, they would have to cross the endless ocean. This would take more than half a year. Therefore, Lin Xian and the rest began to cultivate as soon as they arrived. Although Lin Xian now had the king realm, he did not relax. After all, his cultivation was not at the king realm. He had to raise his cultivation to the king realm as soon as possible. Only then would his strength increase. Lin Xian didn't need subdivinity crystals to improve his cultivation base. Therefore, Lin Xian quickly circulated the longevity incantation to cultivate. At the same time, he was also multitasking, cultivating the Furious Dragon Mantra and the Heavenly Divination visualization chart. Of these 2 techniques, one cultivated the body, while the other cultivated the soul. They could turn him into an all-round expert. Not only that, but Lin Xian also spent a lot of time and effort researching the king's domain. After all, this was his main source of energy in the future. Now his horizons were much broader than before, and he knew that there were 9 great realms. Above the king realm, there were still saints and the legendary Great Emperor. The king realm cultivated domains, whereas at the saint realm one cultivated a world, and one was able to establish a minor world that was independent of a large world. Lin Xian knew that the small world was evolved from the domain. Therefore, Lin Xian tried to throw his various martial spirits into the dragon sword domain to evolve. Just like that, time passed little by little. At the same time, the situation in the Tianmu continent was also changing. Primeval forest, deep in the canyon, the heavenly netherbird laughed wildly again. There were only 2 astral chains left on its body. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the restrictions on the astral chains were completely broken. At that time, it would become a peerless beast once again. Ha 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 ha. There are only 2 left. Brat Lin, just you wait. One day, I'll tear you apart with my own hands. A ferocious voice rang out from the depths of the canyon, as if a demon was roaring. No one knew about the heavenly netherbird's change, because it had hidden it too well. However, another gust of wind blew across the Tianmu continent. The good situation that Lin Xian had built up earlier had collapsed in an instant. The alliance that had been built with the longevity pill and old-time tea had collapsed in an instant. Many people had left Lin Xian's side and joined the Duan family. It could be said that the situation in the Palace of Gods of War had become extremely tense and dangerous. Fortunately, Wang Li, Yu Fei, Dongfang Xiong, and the others had already left. They had long since retreated to the Immortal Martial Academy and weren't in any danger. However, their businesses had suffered a serious blow. There was only one reason for this change. The Duan family's patriarch had come out of seclusion. Not only that, but he had also successfully entered the king realm and became a king. A king realm was an extremely powerful existence. There weren't many of them in the Tianwu continent. Every one of them was a powerhouse who stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Now, there was another king realm expert. This was something that hadn't happened in the Tianwu continent for thousands of years. Because the Duan family's patriarch had become a king realm expert, the situation in the Tianwu continent had changed dramatically. No matter how magical the longevity pill was, it couldn't compare to the threat of a king realm expert. Now, who would dare to ally with Lin Xian's side? That would be courting death. Lin Xian hadn't appeared in the Tianwu continent for a long time. No one knew where he had gone. There were even rumors that he had left the Tianwu continent. On the Palace of Gods of War side, Lin Zhan was still in seclusion. Therefore, the entire Palace of Gods of War had lost its backbone. The rest of the people couldn't withstand the fury of a king realm expert. Especially when the Duan family's patriarch found out that his grandson, Prince Lingfeng, had been killed, he was extremely furious. Therefore, the first thing he did after coming out of seclusion was to issue a kill order. He swore that he would capture Lin Xian and tear him into pieces. For a time, the world was in an uproar, because this was the fury of a king realm expert. Millions of corpses would fall and blood would flow for thousands of miles. Immediately, many people started to worry for Lin Xian. However, the Duan family's allies sneered. They had long found Lin Xian an eyesore. Now that they saw him being hunted, they were naturally happy. On the other hand, the Palace of Gods of War and Senmu College were worried. Fortunately, they were slightly relieved that Lin Xian wasn't in the Tianwu continent at the moment. Therefore, the kill order was useless for the time being. However, the matter of the Duan family's patriarch becoming a king realm expert was more troublesome, because the current Duan family could no longer be compared to before. It was a true house of kings. Therefore, in just 3 days, the Palace of Gods of War changed owners again. Those people from before were directly beaten out, and the Duan family directly moved in and became the new owners. This time, the Duan family's patriarch personally took action, so the Palace of Gods of War suffered heavy losses. Many elders and experts died. Fortunately, Senmu College acted in time and saved most of them. Otherwise, the Palace of Gods of War's losses would have been even more tragic. Damn it, really damn it. The remaining forces of the Palace of Gods of War all retreated to Senmu College. Among them, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder were so angry that they vomited blood. They had no choice. They really didn't expect the Duan family's patriarch to break through and become a true king realm expert. They had no power to fight back at all. Chapter 1437. Now, even if Senmu College starts a war with him, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything to him. Din Xian shook his head slightly. After all, the strength of a true king was too terrifying. Unless Lin Zhan comes out of seclusion. But now, I don't know when he will come out of seclusion. The group of people shook their heads and sighed. The elders of War God Red were even more worried. This was because the current situation was simply too terrible. We are not worried about the palace master. That array is very terrifying. Even a king can't break it. However, we are very worried about the young master. Those people from the Duan family have given the kill order. Now, many experts are frantically looking for the young master. Although they can't find him now, if the young master doesn't know the situation when he comes back, he will definitely be discovered. If the young master is in any danger, then we are really finished. The 9th Elder and the others were anxious. They decided to secretly look for Lin Xian. At least they had to send the news out. The rise of the Duan family's patriarch caused a change in the Tianwu continent. Not only that, he first gave the kill order and went all out to hunt down Lin Xian. Not long after, he released another piece of news. It was naturally a celebration. The Duan family's patriarch had become a king. This was a major event that shook the world. Naturally, everyone would be gathered. Firstly, it was to display the Duan family's strength. Secondly, it was to redistribute the benefits. Although there were many factions and countries in the Tianwu continent, behind them stood the powerful families. In other words, the House of Kings was the overlord of the Tianwu continent. In the past, the structure of the Tianwu continent had already been formed. It had not changed for thousands of years. However, it was different now. A new king had appeared, and the Duan family naturally became the House of Kings. Naturally, they wanted a share of the pie. In fact, the Duan family's thinking was very simple. They wanted to replace the palace of gods of war and become the true overlord. As for the resources of the palace of gods of war, they naturally wanted to replace them. However, in recent years, the palace of gods of war had consumed a lot of resources due to internal strife. Therefore, this time, they wanted to take back everything that they had lost in the past. This banquet could be said to be the most prestigious one in the past 1,000 years. This banquet did not just invite the elders of the 6th rank sections. He was a true king. At that time, the Murong family, the Shun family, Senma College, and the Merry Forest House of Kings would all come. It could be said that being able to attend the Duan clan's banquet represented a certain level of strength. Of course, the Duan clan's patriarch had another idea, and that was to form an alliance. It did mean that one wouldn't have enemies after becoming a king. Furthermore, he was a new king. His strength was naturally weaker than those old king-level kings. More importantly, Lin Zhan was still alive. This was his greatest enemy. If the other party came out of seclusion, then he would be his greatest enemy. Therefore, he had to form an alliance in advance and find good helpers to deal with future changes. It would be best if they could join forces during the banquet and directly destroy the place where the other party was in seclusion. Kill Lin Zhan. This news swept through the entire Sky Martial continent like a hurricane. For a time, all the major forces quickly took action. Not only that, the action of the Duan clan did not end. Firstly, they were wantonly hunting down Lin Xian's tracks. As long as they found him, they would immediately kill him. Secondly, those forces that had a good relationship with Lin Xian in the past were all suppressed. Even the Deity Sword Villa was suppressed. This was because in front of a king, the powerful Deity Sword Villa and sword supremacy were unable to resist. Senmu College's forces were also affected to a certain extent. Fortunately, Senmu College was a king's force after all. With a king suppressing them, the Duan clan did not dare to go too far. However, their small actions were continuous. However, just as the situation was changing, a spirit boat flew over from the sea. This spirit boat was very fast and had been flying at an extremely high altitude. Therefore, when it entered the Sky Martial continent, no one noticed it. This spirit boat was naturally Lin Xian's. When they entered the Sky Martial continent, everyone opened their eyes. We're finally back. Murong Qingcheng looked at the familiar mountains and rivers below and smiled. Even the 9-tailed fox in her arms looked down curiously. So powerful. I can feel several powerful forces here. Are they all kings? It shrank its head. It did not expect that there would be such experts on the Sky Martial continent. Their aura surpassed it. Not only that, the spiritual qi on this continent was even denser, which surprised it. One had to know that it could cultivate now, so the spiritual qi here was very important to it. Yes, we're back. I wonder what changes have happened here. Lin Xian also looked down at the mountains and rivers below, his eyes shining. Kid, where are we going first? The Crimson Dragon asked. Let's go back to Senmu College first. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, slowly. Then, the group accelerated and flew in the direction of Senmu College. The Sky Martial Continent was very vast. It was several times larger than the Tianan region, so the journey was very long. It would probably take more than a month. Therefore, Lin Xian went into seclusion again. However, the Crimson Dragon, the Nine-Tailed Fox, and the Snow-White Monkey did not go into seclusion. Among them, the Crimson Dragon was sleeping on one side, while the Nine-Tailed Fox was curiously looking down. After all, this place was a new world for it. But soon, it frowned and kept grinding its teeth, because with its king's soul power, it could naturally hear the discussions below. Therefore, along the way, it found many people looking around with cold expressions, as if they were looking for something. And from those people's words, it kept hearing the name Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Could it be someone with the same name? The Nine-Tailed Fox did not understand why these people were looking for Lin Xian. So, it went to ask the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey. After hearing that, the Crimson Dragon said lazily, "There must be someone with the same name. But if you want to talk about the famous Lin Xian in the continent, you can only use the one in front of you. Why are you asking this?" Now that they were familiar with each other, there was no longer the hostility from before. "I saw a lot of people down there trying to capture Lin Xian." The Nine-Tailed Fox spread its little paws. "Is he some kind of fugitive? Why are there so many people trying to capture him? What, there's such a thing? Let me see." The Crimson Dragon jumped up and looked down. To be honest, it did not believe that such a thing would happen. After all, Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Ares. How could he be wanted, unless something unexpected had happened here? Sure enough, the Crimson Dragon found the same thing. On the mountains and rivers below, countless warriors were asking for Lin Xian's whereabouts. Damn, what's going on?